ride in a real space elevator.
I think it's crazy, but I still think it's possible. And I think it's something that if we can do it, we should do it.
Well, one thing's for sure. We've got a long way to go before that happens. But who knows? Perhaps someday technology will catch up with our imaginations and take the space elevator out of the realm of science fiction once and for all. Once you get into space, there's lots of interesting stuff you can do there. High above Earth's atmosphere, you can get a clearer view into the cosmos, learn about distant stars and galaxies. But did you also know you could head out there to do archaeology? It turns out there's secrets about our ancient past, hidden down on Earth, that are best revealed from space. Correspondent Peter Standring uncovers the story.
It's difficult to convey what this place would have been like when it was inhabited. As you look out around, none of this rainforest was here at that time. Instead, you were looking at this bustling metropolis of 100,000 people gathered here, the sounds, the smells, smoke rising up from the houses, the thousands of houses that littered the countryside.
For 1,200 years, the Maya civilization dominated Central America. And here, in the jungles of northern Guatemala, the great city of Tikal was one of the wonders of the New World, with centuries of art, architecture, and astronomy, while Europe was still in the Dark Ages. Limited by poor farmland and a yearly drought, the Maya somehow supported a population that numbered in the millions. But just at the peak of Maya power, their world suddenly fell apart about 12 centuries ago.
How such a civilization could collapse so quickly remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of archaeology. Tikal lasted for 1,000 years, but somehow it reached a tipping point when it could no longer support its population. And so within a generation or two, 80% of the people who lived here disappeared.
Within about 40 years of the city's height, we see this place almost entirely abandoned, and trees were beginning to grow on the surfaces where kings once walked.
For archaeologist Bill Saturno, understanding the end of the Maya civilization has always involved finding evidence of how it began 3,000 years ago. In the spring of 2001, he and a group of local guides were hot on the trail of 3 rare carved monuments. So eager to find them, they nearly met their own end.
The rumor was that this site was only one day's journey away. And so we planned a journey of a day, and we brought food and water for one day. And it turned out that the journey was 3 days. Now, how one gets 2 days into the woods without food or water is that they need to make a series of bad decisions. In fact, they need to be committed to making bad decisions again and again and again, because there are opportunities to turn back, and you simply don't.
But turning back would have caused Saturno to miss the discovery that changed his life, as his group wandered into the ruins of a small Maya city in an area the locals called San Bartolo. There, among the buried Maya buildings, was an 80-foot pyramid with a deep trench that looters had cut into its side. Saturno had stumbled on an ancient temple, but in his dehydrated state, it simply meant relief from the hot sun and 100-degree heat.
I thought to myself, it's got to be much cooler inside there. And if I just crawl into that, I can sit down, it'll be shady, and at least I won't feel as bad as I feel now. And I walked in past where the light entered, and I sat down, just in the darkness. And when I shone my flashlight up on the wall, I saw the the face of the Maya maize god there.
Despite his exhaustion, Saturno still knew he was looking at an incredible find.
This was clearly the discovery of a lifetime, but pity my life will be so short. I thought that when I sort of lay down to rest, that I was laying down to rest for the final time.
As the expedition's most experienced guide, Anatolio Lopez knew the situation was dire.
And then I went out to see if I could find something that would ease the thirst. So I found a flowering plant they call pinuela.
The fruit of the pinuela measures only a couple of inches, but its moisture saved Saturno's life and got the group moving again, revived enough to walk out of the rainforest alive. Bill Saturno had discovered the oldest Maya paintings ever found, depicting religion and government as far back as 100 BC.
The murals at San Bartolo are really our earliest example of this relationship between God and king, sort of spelled out in this wondrous work of art. And these are the earliest hieroglyphic texts we have in the Maya lowlands. They predate the text that we can read by 5 centuries.
Can you think of an analogy in terms of the impact something like this has?
Well, I mean, essentially, this would be like finding sort of the story of Christ, but written at the time of Christ.
News of Saturno's discovery quickly spread to Maya experts everywhere.
Well, we had heard that Bill had come across something major, that he had what ultimately became the discovery of the murals.
Tom Seaver is the only archaeologist on the NASA payroll, using the space agency's aircraft and satellites to survey ancient sites on the ground. It's a technology called remote sensing, and it can reveal hidden details in the landscape below. From space, satellites record invisible wavelengths like infrared. What we perceive as heat, satellite cameras turn into light.
It can see beyond the range of our vision. It can detect features that we can't see. And through the use of computers, we can record that invisible information and bring it back into visible light.
Using remote sensing, Seaver proved the Maya used innovative agriculture on land poorly suited to grow crops. Satellite photography peered through layers of the modern rainforest to reveal intense cultivation, connected by a pattern of ancient roadways.
From the perspective of space, we can look down and we can see how the Maya were able to feed this intense population. We could see the Maya roadways, causeways. We could find their water reservoirs, water storage areas, and canal systems.
The images charted areas right next to Bill Saturno's excavation at San Bartolo. And when Tom Seaver sent satellite maps to help his colleague, Saturno immediately noticed one very curious detail in the satellite imagery.
In looking at the satellite image, it immediately became clear to me that the forest in San Bartolo was of a lighter color than the forest outside of San Bartolo. And so in looking farther afield, looking across that image, you could see other areas that shared that same color. And of course, the thought is, well, I wonder if those are archaeological sites too.
So, with a GPS locator in his hand, Saturno plotted a course to the other brightly colored spots on his NASA map, scattered all over the landscape.
And as you get closer to them, you're saying to yourself, in 10 meters, we should be walking into an archaeological site. If this works, we have 5 meters to go until we find architecture. And then you walk that 5 meters, and sure enough, you walk up onto a Maya building.
Buried under 1,000 years of vegetation was the unmistakable shape of a Maya pyramid, precisely where the satellite image had predicted it would be. Saturno found 3 Maya sites around San Bartolo in the areas where the map showed a change in the color of the vegetation. He reported back to Tom Seaver. It seemed to work every time.
We were skeptical at first. We had no doubt that this was working sometimes, but that it was working accurately all the time, we just couldn't buy into that. So as we started looking at the imagery, we started wondering what's causing that in the vegetation.
Seaver theorized that over the centuries, the limestone that the Maya used as building material had seeped into the soil, changing the vegetation growing on Maya sites, but nowhere else. The chlorophyll in plants glows brightly in infrared, and satellite cameras picked up that subtle difference.
If this was true, this is big news. I've been working in Maya archaeology for a long time, and we've had great success. But this would be the crowning achievement if we were able to map where all the Maya sites were.
There was only one way to find out. Seaver came down to Guatemala to join Saturno to see for himself. The road to San Bartolo runs 50 kilometers through the seasonal wetlands called the Bajos.
Once the rains start, the Bajos become impassable.
They need to push beyond San Bartolo to remote locations never explored by archaeologists. But it's already becoming a very long day.
We spent more than 2 hours in 4 vehicles with winches and people pushing, and we achieved less than a kilometer.
After several days and on drier ground, the archaeologists use only the NASA maps to thread their way deep into the rainforest towards a bright site on the satellite image. The brighter the color, the more Maya limestone, the bigger the potential site. But would the theory actually work?
This is the big area through here.
It was just mind-blowing. We're in this dense vegetation, incredibly hot, 119 degrees.
You see it?
Should be right there, but we're in it.
We're close.
And we get about 10 meters away from where the site is supposed to be, but I don't see an archaeological site. I thought, oh, great.
No indicator, and my thought was, again, this, why am I out here? Why did I fall for this?
So this is the time it doesn't work. They're really going to think I'm nuts. Bring them all the way down here. We're going to go out and find this place. 10 meters, nothing.
And then 5 meters, we move forward, and there's a giant temple.
Wow.
Right on target.
1,400 years that's been there.
We did this for many days. We saw many sites with incredible accuracy, and I became absolutely convinced.
Pretty impressive structures, 2 stories from the first floor to the second floor.
The satellite imagery was flawless. The huge temple was exactly where the map coordinates predicted it would be.
This is a pretty impressive room. It's like, these walls are a good 2 meters high. It's a great vault.
The paint hasn't faded too much.
You can see it's really thin plaster that they're using. It's in great shape, but you can tell it's a resource it's really at its end.
The site at San Bartolo has now become a pilgrimage for shamans of the Maya religion, descendants of the ancient civilization that once ruled here. It's pretty incredible that satellites miles and miles and miles up in space are seeing things that you and I can't see here.
This is revolutionary, and it changes the entire way that we approach archaeology in a tropical environment.
Thanks to the collaboration of archaeology and space technology, scientists are beginning to learn how the Maya conquered this harsh landscape, as no modern civilization ever has, and how they, quite suddenly, lost control of it.
Now from space, we can see where these sites are, and now we have enough material to understand the rates of deforestation that might have taken place here as a result from the construction of all of these buildings and temples and roadways, and ultimately contributed to their own drought, their own destruction.
All of a sudden, for the first time, we're able to look at the big picture and understand the extent to which the Maya expanded these cities. If you think about how many sites are out there just in the Maya lowlands, and we can see how many there are in these satellite images. Think about how many San Bartolos are out there waiting to be discovered.
Some people have a special way with other living things. They seem to understand them, even relate to them. You've heard of horse whisperers and maybe even dog whisperers. Well, in this episode's profile, here's a scientist who's tuned into some creatures I guarantee you have never talked to. In fact, you can't even see them. She's been called the Bacteria Whisperer. But with a whisper is never how Bonnie Bassler starts her day.
Let's go.
This MacArthur fellow, and prestigious Howard Hughes medical investigator, and member of the National Academy of Sciences, starts each weekday in aerobics class. As the teacher, of course.
I've been teaching aerobics for 23 years, more than half of my life. And everybody thinks, oh, I'm so committed to this and I'm so disciplined. And it's a big scam because I would never go if I wasn't a teacher.
But Bonnie is a teacher to the core, in aerobics and in molecular biology at Princeton,
Who wants to talk to me about science?
where she also wants to see some sweat.
5 or 10 minutes, get some science.
If you want me to do it for you,
Yeah?
I won't, because it wouldn't kill you to learn a little genetics.
Come on, you guys.
In fact, ask Bonnie about bacteria, and she just can't help teaching.
Bacteria are single-celled organisms. Bacteria are the model organisms for everything we know. In higher organisms, there are 10 times more bacterial cells in you or on you than human cells.
Bonnie and her lab work on how bacteria talk to each other. That's right, bacteria talking. It's a process called quorum sensing, and Bonnie's lab has been leading the way in understanding exactly how it works.
She's really the one who's shown that this is something that all these bacteria are doing all the time. And if we want to understand them, we have to understand quorum sensing.
So I grew up some bacteria for you to see, and I want to show you my favorite part, so you have to come with me in this room.
Bonnie has spent years studying Vibrio harvii, marine bacteria that are harmless to humans, and, triggered by quorum sensing, glow in the dark. By themselves or in small numbers, these bacteria don't glow. They wait until they've assembled a quorum. That is, as they divide and their numbers increase, they each release a signaling molecule
We call autoinducers, but you can think of like hormones.
that's made by a gene in each of the neighboring Vibrio harvii, as a way of announcing, hey, I'm here too.
They have these detectors on their membranes that you can think of like little locks and keys, and the molecule goes in, and once they feel that, then they know there's neighbors around.
And when enough of these little guys have gotten together to form a critical mass, they all light up at the same time.
And so now if I turn the lights off in the room, you're going to see them make this beautiful bioluminescence.
One bacteria isn't able to make an impact by itself, but if there are a lot of them, they can work together. So quorum sensing is the way they know, are there enough of us to undertake one of these group activities?
It's incorrect to think of bacteria as these asocial single cells. They are individual cells, but they act in communities exactly the way people do.
Bonnie was doing her postdoctoral work when she found the genes that allow for communication in Vibrio harvii. And scientists from around the world yawned. Because Bonnie's discovery was only in this species of marine bacteria, and not in one that's dangerous to humans.
There's these few bacteria that were models, E. coli, salmonella. And if you didn't work on the models, then you worked on a pathogen, something that was important for human health. And so this quorum sensing, which we didn't even call it this back then, because it was in this luminous bacteria that doesn't even hurt a fish, it was never going to be relevant for understanding either bacteria or higher organisms.
But Bonnie believed otherwise. She thought her bacteria could tell her more about how all bacteria communicate. So she applied for a job to continue her work in quorum sensing.
Oh, I applied to a lot of places for a job. I don't know, 20 or 30 or 40. And I got 2 interviews and 1 job.
Yeah, but that one job was at Princeton University.
I was chair of the committee that hired Bonnie Bassler. I know people at other places, and I don't want to name names, but one of them said, "Why did you hire her?"
Let's just say she did okay by landing at Princeton. And Princeton's belief in Bonnie had a huge payoff. Her lab eventually discovered a second molecule used by her luminescent bacteria to communicate.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
And this second molecule was nearly universal.
We found it originally, of course, in Vibrio harvii, but then we could show that hundreds of other bacteria made and used this molecule and that it was in every bacterium anybody's heard about.
That means that even dangerous bacteria communicate by quorum sensing. Deadly pathogens turn deadly, the same way that Bonnie's bacteria turn on their light. Bonnie showed that there are two types of molecules that bacteria use for communication. That bacteria are bilingual. One type of molecule is used for communicating within their own species. And the other type, discovered by Bonnie, is used to talk to every species around them.
Bacteria live in unbelievable mixtures of hundreds or thousands of species. Like on your teeth, there's 600 species of bacteria on your teeth every morning. And so in order to get these beautiful communities where they're working together and doing all these things, they have to know who their neighbors are.
And some of those neighbors are not friendly. Using the molecule found by Bonnie's lab, bacteria know if they're surrounded by friend or foe, or when it's safe to light up or attack. If they don't have superior numbers, they won't act. Sometimes they team up across species, but mostly it's a tiny jungle out there.
There's eavesdropping and free riding and cheating, and one guy is out there making a molecule and the guy next to it eats it, so the molecule disappears.
My gosh, these bacteria talking to each other across species. And that's something that had really not been an accepted idea. This was sort of just a crazy idea.
So remember,
what Bonnie did to show that different species of bacteria could talk to each other really changes the landscape. And when that was realized by the rest of the scientific community, Bonnie's career took off like a rocket.
But Bonnie was not launched by a scientific family.
we never talked about science. You know, my mom was a stay-at-home mom, my dad was a businessman, and my brother's a businessman, and my sister's in politics, right? So we're just all over the map.
She moved around a lot as a girl, but was always kept grounded by her mother.
My mom was the linchpin of this family, and I remember her saying things to me like, you know, when I went to college, you could be a teacher or a nurse. Those are your two choices as a woman. And she goes, but Bonnie, you could be anything you want.
Bonnie's mother died when Bonnie was just a junior in college.
And I remember her telling me when she was sick that she would take all the steps the same. So I think she got payoffs, even though she didn't get the ones that, like, you know, that the world sees as the payoffs, right? Because these are, like, very, they're tangible, acceptable things. You know, the MacArthur, the National Academy, Howard Hughes, those are things that you can write in a Christmas card, right? And she just would have written other things.
Big things like Bonnie marrying actor Todd Reichert. Little things like mercilessly beating her husband and colleagues at board games. Biologist Eric Wieshouse won a Nobel Prize, but this night lost to Bonnie.
I've taken enormous pride in what she's accomplished. I would argue that our committee just did one hell of a fantastic job.
But, as Bonnie sees it, her work has only just begun. Quorum sensing is helping to shape a path to new drugs. Antibiotics currently work by killing bacteria, and more bacteria have grown resistant to these drugs. By using quorum sensing, it may become possible to disrupt a pathogen's communication, to neutralize it. For the foreseeable future, that's where Bonnie and her team will be putting their sweat.
I want to make a drug. I want the science to be more than imaginary, where I think we're learning these fundamental principles, blah, 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 blah. I think we are doing that, but I want to do something really practical. I want to actually, in my lifetime, help people. You're watching Nova Science. Now.
And now, for some final thoughts on aging in the cosmos. It wasn't until a century ago that we began to apply the methods and tools of astrophysics to learn just how old the sun and the rest of the stars might be. Which leads to questions such as, do all stars live to the same age? And are some immortal? When we carefully study their properties, such as their mass and composition, combined with some basic laws of physics, we learn that, just like us, not all stars will die at the same age. Some, the high-mass ones, live life in the fast lane. They run through their fuel supply at prodigious rates, lasting a mere 1,000,000 years. Our sun is just an average star, unremarkable in almost every way. It's been shining steadily for about half of its 10-billion-year life expectancy. And other stars, the low-mass ones, are so efficient and so slow in the rate they make energy that they'll live for trillions of years, 1,000 times the current age of the universe. We know all this because the galaxy has 100 billion stars, enough to catch some being born, to catch most living through their middle age, and still others in the act of dying. Of course, if we live to 100 or even 1,000, that's still a mere moment in cosmic time, insufficient by far to watch the sun or any other star live out their lives, even as they watch us live out ours. And that is the cosmic perspective. And now, we'd like to hear your perspective on this episode of Nova Science Now. Log on to our website and tell us what you think. You can watch any of these stories again, listen to podcasts, hear from experts, and much more. Find us at pbs.org. That's our show. We'll see you next time.
On Nova Science Now, twins.
Genetically identical.
One gets a dread disease while the other one doesn't.
I am a high risk for cancer. Damocles sword hangs over me.
What you eat can affect your future generations.
This has profound implications for our health.
Next time on Nova Science Now.
Educators and other educational institutions can order this or other NOVA programs for $19.95 plus shipping and handling. Call WGBH Boston Video at 1-800-255-9424. NOVA is a production of WGBH Boston. Funding for NOVA is provided by the following.
For each of us, there's a moment of discovery. We understand that all of life is elemental. And as we marvel at element bonding with element, we soon realize that when you add the human element to the equation, everything changes. Suddenly, all of chemistry illuminates humanity, and all of humanity illuminates chemistry. The human element. Nothing is more fundamental. Nothing more elemental.
Major funding for NOVA Science Now is provided by the National Science Foundation, where discoveries begin. And
discovering new knowledge. Biomedical research and science education. Howard Hughes Medical Institute. HHMI.
additional funding is provided by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation to portray the lives of men and women engaged in scientific and technological pursuit, and the George D. Smith Fund. Major funding for NOVA is also provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by PBS viewers like you. Thank you.
I am PBS.
IQ Vision Care. Over 50 years of providing a complete range of eye care, from general exams to complex surgeries, including specialty care for cataracts, LASIK, retina, glaucoma, and eye plastics. IQ Vision Care. The latest technology, caring doctors.
Century 21, Dan Cheney and Associates, a real estate broker, has been serving the real estate needs of Valley patrons for nearly 25 years. When purchasing or selling agricultural land, commercial property, or a home, Century 21 Dan Cheney and Associates can help you make an informed decision by offering services for establishing market value, determine purchasing or selling power, and explaining methods of financing. Century 21 Dan Cheney and Associates.
Next time on Nature, Ginger Catherine's returns to the wild horses of Montana and a stallion known as Cloud. In this chapter, Cloud has 2 sons. And in these wild and unpredictable mountains, family means everything.
Sunday at 8 here on Valley Public Television.
Valley Public Television, celebrating 30 years of inspiring television.
Valley Public Television is about more than just great educational programming or about improved literacy, and it's all done through our Educational Services Department. Every year, dozens of workshops are done with hundreds of parents and teachers, giving out thousands of books and magazines in both English and Spanish. It's the type of enrichment Valley children need, and there's a way you can help us continue these services without donating $1. It's called the Shares Program. Simply use this free card at any Save Mart supermarket, S-Mart Foods, or Food Max store. With every purchase, 3% of the value is automatically transferred to the Valley Public Television Educational Services Department. Show your support by swiping your card. It costs you nothing, but yet it can help bring the gift of literacy to so many. For more information, call 266-1800 or sign up on our website at kvpt.org.
Welcome to the broadcast tonight, Craig Newmark, the founder of Craigslist, and Robin Meredith. She is a foreign correspondent for Forbes magazine based in Hong Kong. Her new book about China and India is called The Elephant and the Dragon. And we conclude with Wang Cho-ching. He is Vice Minister of Information, the latest installment in our series, China Today, a report from Beijing. Craig Newmark, Robin Meredith, Wang Cho-ching, coming up. Funding for Charlie Rose has been provided by the following.
For every drop of yourself you give, get every drop back. We offer over 80 ways to hydrate, energize, nourish, relax, or enjoy every drop of life.
Additional funding for Charlie Rose was also provided by these funders.
And by Bloomberg, a provider of multimedia news and information services worldwide. From our studios in New York City, this is Charlie Rose.
Craig Newmark is here. He is the founder of Craigslist, the most popular website for classified advertisements. It serves 450 cities worldwide and receives more than 20 million visitors each month. I am pleased to have him here for the first time, although we have participated in other forums, other places, but not on television. Welcome.
Hey, it's my pleasure.
Yeah, tell me how many users there are now, because that number changes every time, and I only want to hear it out of your mouth.
Yeah, I just saw a couple reports saying we're up to about 22 million unique visitors per month.
22 per month. And how fast is it growing?
Hard to say. It just keeps growing, and we're curious about that, and we got to prepare for that technologically. But since we don't owe advertisers or venture capitalists or investors anything,
It's a good
we
place to be
care
in.
only marginally. Yeah, we get to dictate what we do based on our own values rather than the values of, let's say, Wall Street.
Okay. I'm going to tell you what Time Magazine said when they put you on their 2005 Time Magazine 100 Builders and Titans, the wizard of the local web. Tell me what Craigslist is, even though I know and I've talked. In your words, how do you see it?
Well, I appreciate the Time thing, even though I'm sure it was a clerical error. But what
You mean they
Craigslist-
went to get somebody else and
Well,
ended up with you? They were in the
it's probably
C's, but they thought they had somebody else.
Counting error.
Counting error.
But the deal is we're a community service. We're basically a classified site with the idea that we're about giving people a break, people giving each other a break, and sometimes people treating other people like you want to be treated.
That's it.
That's the core value set.
That's the culture, the core value. That's the...
Yeah, we listen to
essence.
people. Yeah, we get suggestions from people. We try to act on them, and then we listen some more. Somehow it works.
All right, this is what the Time Magazine said when they listed you on the 100 Builders and Titans in 2005. If the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and the Cowardly Lion were around today, they could probably find everything they needed, along with a ride back to Kansas for Dorothy and Toto, on Craigslist. Started in '95 as an email listing of events in San Francisco. It has grown into a web marketplace for everything from apartments to nannies to used tennis rackets. The talk in its raucous discussion forums ranges from saving the planet to a fix a leaky faucet. And although perhaps no one has found a brain, a heart, or a courage on Craigslist, one alien man did manage to find a kidney donor. Many of the 8 million people who use Craigslist every month, this is in 2005, don't know there's a Craig. But founder Craig Newmark, then 52, a wiry former computer programmer, is quietly creating waves. What waves are you creating?
The wave of greatest interest is best articulated by my CEO, Jim Buckmaster.
Right.
In investment conferences, people keep asking him how we're going to make lots more money.
Right.
And we say, hey, not interested. Because once you're living well and maybe providing for your future, what's the point in more? We are affecting media in a small way, although that's been greatly exaggerated.
No, wait, stop there, because we're talking about all those people who think you're killing newspapers because one of their principal sources of revenue, classified ads, are migrating to you.
Well, I've now spoken with even more industry analysts since we chatted. What they tell me is that classified sites like ours, much more like Monster or Auto Trader, they're having bigger effects. But the biggest effect on the future of newspapers has to do with Wall Street. A lot of chains have gone public, and Wall Street is demanding higher and higher profit margins, 10% margins, 20% margins. That seems to be the big effect on reporting quality.
You and I've had this discussion and thousands of questions to ask about that. But, I mean, you do accept the premise, you know, that newspapers are in trouble in part because there's a migration from print, especially newspapers, of classified ads, especially, to online.
Well, there's a lot of truth in that. I can only speak specifically what we do because, as far as we could tell, anecdotally, most of the classified ads we get would have never gone into a newspaper. We serve everyone in the broadest way possible, people who would never have bothered to put an ad in a paper. Too much hassle.
Okay, but we're talking the kind of classifieds they're talking about, which are help wanted and autos and things like that. I mean, you do get a lot of those.
We get a lot
of those. You may be able to use classified for all kinds of other things, some of which are controversial, but you do get a lot of the basic things that newspapers have been used for in the past.
That's true. We do have an effect, and it's probably somehow significant, but it's still small compared to the profit margin thing.
People listen to you, I know, okay, profit margin thing. It doesn't matter to you?
What matters to me is that chains, well, they've gotten rid of a lot of investigative reporters. That bothers me a great deal. To the extent where I've helped in a personal way to address that, those are the things that matter to me. Things that matter to me, too, are it's really easy to show big issues like catching public figures in outright lies.
Right.
Newspapers, I don't see much of that happening.
Well, but I mean, there's been a big trial that has taken place in Chicago, and a man was convicted, and lots of newspapers gave lots of coverage to that.
Well, I didn't see the big issues addressed, issues which address areas where lots of people are being killed, say overseas. Right now, the best work in that kind of investigative reporting, well, I saw recently where on one of my favorite news shows, The Daily Show,
right,
where Jon Stewart caught a major public spokesman lying. I'm wondering if he needs a Pulitzer for that. In order to just not complain and do something constructive, I've joined with Sunlight Foundation,
right,
building tools for greater transparency and accountability in Congress. They're funding the development of tools which will help people figure out what lobbyists are paying what congressmen for what results. They're running a campaign now called What's McConnell Hiding, showing that the Senate Minority Leader
Mitch
is involved in some kind of cover-up, preventing some forms of accountability. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I figure I've located a few people who are much smarter than me, mostly in media and some in Mideast peace.
Yeah.
And I figure I'll help them do their thing, and then I'll stop talking.
Well, I figure that we need all the information, all the investigative reporting that we can find, and if Craig Newmark wants to support it anywhere, we should encourage him.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. But again, it's me supporting other people. Well, I'd like to save the world, but, you know, I'm not smart nor energetic enough, and I need a nap frequently. So my shtick is to find people who are doing really heavy lifting, and I'll push that.
Okay. Let's go back to Craig's list.
Okay.
22 million a month.
Yep.
And it could grow to double that. Could be 44, 50 million soon. Okay. Whatever the rate of growth is, and you know.
Sure.
Where's it going? Where will it be in 2 or 3 years that it's not now?
Well, right now we're doing one thing really well, and we don't want to screw that up. So we'll be in more cities.
Putting A in touch with B.
Yeah. Right now, people need, well, everyday basics, like finding a place to live or getting a job. That's what we're about. We do need to be in more cities. We need to be in more countries. We need to support multiple languages. And we need to do a better job of preventing spam in different forms. We need to do a better job.
Why can't we do a better job in preventing spam?
Well, the spammers are smart and prolific. They do a pretty good job pushing their stuff, and that's a problem for us. It's a problem everywhere. And
what would happen if we made spam illegal?
Well, spam, in a sense, is illegal.
I know it is,
but that law hasn't been very effective in stopping it.
Is that the point, is that we could make it illegal, but it wouldn't do any good because it's ineffective to enforce it?
Well, yeah. The spammers know how to work around various forms of barriers. We're getting smart of it by enlisting our community more and more. This wisdom of crowds things really works for us. They help us get rid of the crap. We need more help, and we need our tools to become smarter as well.
What are your favorite websites?
There's a number that I go to. There's sometimes the Dilbert blog.
Right.
In politics, there's Daily Kos and Instapundit.
Right.
Both guys do a great job of things.
They do.
I do like Huffington Post.
And why do you like Arianna Huffington's Post?
They do a really good job of digging out news, showing where, people aren't, let's say, following through on promises, they're not being transparent, that kind of thing. They're part of what I call the Soho Blogplex.
What's that mean?
Well, down in Soho, there's a lot of stuff going on where people are using blogging to, in some respects, do new stuff with media, with finding good stuff.
Right.
There's a Huffington Post, Media Bistro, there's the Gawker Empire, Day Life, even a Meetup.
Any downside to any of this?
The hard part will be, in the future, there's going to be so much good stuff, and of course a lot more crap. How do you find the good stuff there? As people invent better tools, let's say collaborative filtering, it'll be easier and easier to use masses of people to find the good stuff, because I'm finding in practice, you get a whole bunch of talented amateurs together, and they do in fact perform better than professionals often. Yeah, often the people who learn the hard way are better at whatever than professed professionals.
Where does Craig want Craig Newmark to be?
Me, well, there's two parts to it. One is that my work every day, just before coming here, customer service.
You continue to call yourself a customer service representative.
That's what I do, more or less full-time. Fortunately, with better tools and all that, I am in the first part of going to half-time on that. But I'll be doing it only as long as I live.
Okay, so for as long as you live, you'll be in customer service.
Yeah.
And the half of your time is being freed up from that is now being devoted to what?
Well, a combination of media-related duties, plus I'm now getting to do my own hobbies, which involve taking what I've learned in customer service and then expanding on that outside of Craigslist. The big lesson, which is hard for a nerd boy here to learn, was that people are overwhelmingly good and trustworthy and moderate. The fanatics...
It was hard for whom to learn?
Well, nerd boy here.
Yeah,
I mean,
right, you yourself, nerd boy, right.
I really did grow up with a plastic pocket protector.
Right.
Really did wear thick black glasses taped together.
Right.
But the thing is that, again, most people are moderates. The fanatics or the crooks, I'm guessing that's like 1 or 2% of the population, but they make a lot of noise. And again, the newsman Jon Stewart points out that you hear more from the extremists because the moderates have stuff to do.
Right.
And so a number of things I'm doing involves emboldening
the moderates.
The moderates.
Like what?
Well, I'm involved in a mass movement of moderates, hundreds of thousands of Israelis and Palestinians, called One Voice.
That's a great movement.
Yeah. The big thing they've done is asked many Israelis and Palestinians, what do you really want? And they're much closer together than you think. It's just that they perceive the other side as untrustworthy. So I figure I'll do my part. I learned about this thing called public diplomacy about a year ago from someone named Madeline.
Right.
And again, I mean the diplomat, not the tasty cookies.
Right.
Although they are delicious.
Yes.
And so I'm following through, putting my money where my mouth is. Just over the past week, I spoke to a bunch of Israelis and Palestinians, including an Israeli consul, because the Israeli government is even saying that anything that helps the moderates in the West Bank works. So I can announce what I'm calling myself the Craig Newmark Memorial Latrine at a high school in the West Bank. I figure I've funded that.
Yeah.
It's a very, very small thing. You know, and my efforts don't amount to much. But if you have 1,000...
it takes a fair amount of money to fund a high school, doesn't it?
Oh, it's just the latrine.
Right.
And I figure, you know, I can't do very much on my own.
Well, why don't you do more? You can. I mean, you're a wealthy man.
I wouldn't make that assumption because at Craigslist, you know, we're not selling out.
Well, I know that, but but what percentage of Craigslist do you own?
Well, that's personal. We don't talk about it.
Okay, but we know the following: that you gave, you sold a percentage of to eBay, correct?
No. A former employee
that's
that
right.
I'd given
25%. You gave 25%, and he sold it to eBay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. And how much? What would you say the monetization of that is? That 25%.
You know, I don't remember.
Well,
I don't care very much.
I know you don't, but
it
just
was
help me out.
Probably some low millions.
Low millions.
Yeah.
And what would you think that 25% is worth today? Not yours, eBay's.
I don't know.
I bet you eBay has a valuation on it.
I bet they do.
And I bet you it's not the low millions either.
Well, you look in the financial blogs. Some of them have said we're worth these days a $250 million.
That'd be 250 million.
Yeah. One said 2.4 billion.
Okay, let's just say, and how much of that? So 25% belongs to somebody else, and you have 75%. So you have 75% of either 2.5 billion or at a minimum 250 million, correct? Correct or not?
Well, not correct.
Okay, why not?
Well, the deal is that I realize that Craigslist is a community service.
So?
But also, people, as they get older, sometimes they go middle-aged crazy.
And?
As a result, I don't have anywhere near as much control as you think.
I'm not talking about control. I'm talking percentage of ownership.
Oh, same thing from my point of view.
Yeah.
And I do fear going middle-aged crazy.
You own more than 50% of Craigslist or not?
No.
You don't?
correct.
In other words, other people own that. You've given it away, or you, whatever.
Could be, Charlie.
Okay, but why are you so
coy?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I mean,
I know it doesn't matter, but I mean, but is it? If people are curious about it, it doesn't matter. Your interest. Do you have an interest in not coming off as a very wealthy individual?
I have an interest in the reality and the perception. The deal is that I have to follow through my own personal values, which say that, you know, having enough money to live comfortably with occasional luxuries, that ain't bad. And I do want to provide for my future,
right.
Since I haven't coded really since '99, and I'm my coding skills, which is how I used to make a living.
You wrote code,
you're
software
real rusty.
code. Right.
Yeah, I wrote versions 1 and 2 of Craigslist, and these days my tech staff is horrified at the notion that I might want to help someday.
Well, it seems to me you're doing a more important role than writing code.
Maybe so, but you get first things first, equity, that kind of stuff. I don't really care much about. I couldn't even tell you how much money we're making. I don't know.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand where you are in your head about this. It's obviously, Craigslist is worth a lot of money. Anybody that gets 22 million hits a month is worth a lot of money. Now, the question is, you want to do good. Yes?
Well, I personally want to do that. That's me speaking for myself and not for the company.
You personally want, and wherever you cut it, you own a lot of this.
Okay.
You know, and you can use those resources to do whatever you want to with, but you pull away from any monetization or making it a public company or any of those other kinds of things, don't you?
Yes. Right now, there's a lot of money going around to help people in a sustainable sense.
Right.
I've spoken with people, say, at, like Pierre Omidyar.
Right.
I've spoken with a lot of people, Larry Brilliant, and, spoken even
These are
with
all
some...
people who've gone into philanthropy in a big way.
Yeah, I've spoken with people at the Gates Foundation, and, of course, people at the Melinda Gates and Stephen Colbert Foundation, and they all have lots of money to play with, and it's really hard giving it away because you want to give it away to something that will not only do some good now, but do so in a sustainable way.
And that point for you in terms of affecting your action is what?
They don't need our money. The money's there.
There's plenty of money there, and so therefore you don't need to monetize and give money away.
Yeah, the money is better spent with, well, when I talk up One Voice, when I look at stuff like, well, like Jay Rosen at newassignment.net and maybe Off the Bus, they're doing the stuff that really matters. The Sunlight Foundation, they're doing stuff that really matters, which will help everyone on a sustainable basis.
Encouraging investigation into government.
That's right. The idea is we want to help the politicians who want to be held accountable and maybe talk somewhat about the ones who don't want to be held accountable, but to give them a break too. People change.
What's the most important way that you believe you're making a difference?
Hard to say. Maybe the company is in some sense just a good example of giving people a break and again treating people like you want to be treated.
Craig Newmark is the founder of Craigslist. It is enormously popular and he has decidedly, as you can see from this conversation, sort of tried to push back any conversations about how much it's worth and how much he's worth in order to pursue his own sense and definition of what's good for someone like him to do. Thank you for coming.
Hey, it's my pleasure.
Always. Craig Newmark, back in a moment. Stay with us. Robin Meredith is here. She is a foreign correspondent for Forbes magazine. She reports on the roles of India and China in the global economy. Her book is called The Elephant and the Dragon, The Rise of India and China and What It Means for All of Us. I am pleased to have her at this table for the first time. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Charlie.
How do you see these two, how they differ, how they like, and what does the impact of them mean for the 21st century?
Well,
and I'll be back in an hour.
Right, let me summarize briefly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Go ahead.
As I'm sure you saw when you were in both those places already, first of all, let me tell you how they're similar. They are two giant, giant nations that are embracing both capitalism and globalization at the same time, and that has never happened. That's an enormous development in the world economy, in geopolitics, when it comes to the environment, in all kinds of ways, right? And we'll go back to that a little bit later. But aside from the fact that there are these two giant economies growing faster than any others in the planet, and that are the biggest, they're complete opposites, right? As opposite as Gandhi and Mao. India is, when you go there, as I'm sure you saw, completely chaotic, cacophonous. You know, it's a riot of colors, right? And it's loud, it's noisy when you're there. There's 30 different languages spoken, including English, and it's absolute chaos. At 30 minutes, the time zones are 30 minutes off from everywhere else in the world, right? So noon in New York is 9:30 at night in Bombay. That's crazy. China is completely different, very straightforward. The Communist Party runs the country. Everyone speaks one language, Mandarin, and it's in some ways looks much simpler to figure out. China looks a lot more like the West, whereas India you would never mistake for any place else but India.
And how are they different in terms of their economy?
In their economy. Both are growing very fast, but China has developed almost in a backwards way for a developing country. It's broken all the patterns that we know of in the past. The Chinese government has led the development by building massive amounts of infrastructure, and that infrastructure has allowed China to connect to the global economy and for multinationals to connect with China in a much earlier stage of development than you normally see for a developing country. India is absolutely the opposite. Terrible infrastructure everywhere. The airports are embarrassing. Not quite as embarrassing, I would say, as JFK and LAX, but they're bad.
They're there, yeah.
And the roads are terrible as well. What is working in India is invisible infrastructure, fiber optic lines, and the sorts of things that allow India to connect its service economy rather than its manufacturing economy to the rest of the world.
China has much more of a manufacturing economy than India does.
Absolutely.
Although they're probably both growing in enhancing, China's enhancing its service economy, and India's growing its manufacturing economy.
Exactly right. Manufacturing is starting to come up from India, and infrastructure is improving, but it's at a much slower pace.
Do you see them as competitors over the long run?
I see them as, they really ought to be synergistic, right? In fact, you're starting to see that already, but what's funny to me is it's the multinationals, the foreign companies, the American companies, that are taking advantage of that synergy, and Chinese and Indian companies don't really have that on their radar screen yet. Chinese companies are completely focused on the U.S. and European markets because they're bigger. They don't care about selling to India. That's a small market for them. Indian companies are completely focused on the U.S., Europe, and selling to China, but not selling to each other. And let me give you an example. What you're starting to see now is product designers for American and European companies based in India. They'll design an electric razor or an electric toothbrush or a car part, and then they give those designs via computer to manufacturing plants in China. Chinese plants make the parts or the toothbrush, where are they sold? America. And so the circle is kind of complete that way.
Is the competition between them? You know, they're both growing at this amazing rate. One has an infrastructure problem, one has a political problem down the road because of disparities. Is it a zero-sum game in your judgment, i.e. that whatever good happens to India, China, means a negative for China?
No, I don't think so, and that leads to a broader question. Is it a zero-sum game? If India and China win, do we in the West lose? Do America and Europe lose? I don't think so. So far, we've all been winners. Overall. One of the things we haven't talked about yet is the really, really massive change in the job market that's coming as a result of the rise of India and China.
Tell me about it.
Well, basically, we Americans and Europeans and Japanese have had a free pass for the last 50 years because India and China withdrew from the global economy. A lot of reasons for that, but they weren't players in the global job market.
And then came technology.
Then came technology that allowed them to play in the global job market, and suddenly we have about 1 billion new workers added to the global job market, competing with us in the United States and with Europeans. And Americans can no longer expect to earn 10 times more than everyone else in the world. That's just not going to happen. We've got to adjust to that reality, and it's a huge one.
How do we adjust to that reality?
Well, I think there are several ways. First, individuals have to get ready for the competition. What I think we're going to see is a lot of job churn. People are going to change jobs more often. Sometimes they're going to get a job that's better. Sometimes they're going to get a job, they're going to lose their jobs and face real hardship. At the same time, the government has got to get on board. Local governments, the state government, and federal governments have got to be more proactive about creating jobs, about encouraging innovation and funding the kind of innovation
governments here in the United States.
Here in the United States, exactly.
Along that line, this is the lead story in the New York Times as we tape this on July 16th. A new populism spurs Democrats on the economy, appeal to middle class, focus on trade and jobs in Congress and on the campaign trail. First paragraph on Capitol Hill and on the presidential campaign. Democrats are increasingly moving towards a full-throated populist critique of the current economy, which is losing jobs. And clearly influenced by some of their most successful candidates, Democrats are talking more and more about the anemic growth in American wages and the negative effects of trade and a globalized economy on American jobs.
I think that discussion is massively important and essential right now, and I'm glad to see it because we've all been caught up in discussing Iraq over and over. And, you know, while we were sleeping, the global economy is coming up with all these changes, and we've got to adjust. What I worry about is that these are really complex changes, and it's easy to respond in a simplistic way. One side usually says protectionism is the answer. I don't see that working. Yeah. The other side says, no, no, no. Free market is the answer. Even those who believe in
protectionism don't want to use that word.
Yeah, you're right. The other side sees free markets as the answer. They say, just rely on the free markets, everything will be fine. I think that's wrong. I think these changes are big. We have to choose a third way. We have to have more activist government in the form of building a stronger safety net under the inevitable job losses that are going to occur because of this globalization. And we have to have some more job creation efforts at all levels of government, which we don't have. There are a couple of good examples. Michigan, for instance, has, with its universities and state government, funded a big biotech corridor, and that's generated a lot of jobs. That was a few years ago. There need to be more initiatives like that that really focus on creating jobs. In some ways, that's what the Chinese and the Indians have done, right?
What will be, India in the year 2050 will be the most populous state in the world.
That's right. The most populous nation, exactly.
1.5 billion, they say, something like that.
Approximately.
China is at 1.3, but they've had these rigid birth control issues. In China will probably be soon, if not already, the third largest economy, replacing Germany, America, Japan, then China. When China grows at this level, what's going to happen to its politics?
You know, I think we're also at an inflection point here. The Elephant and the Dragon talks about this a little bit. But during the Cold War, of course, those of us in the West said, you know, once we defeat communism, it'll be great. Everyone will choose democratic capitalism. And of course, what's happened is people have chosen capitalism, but the democracy hasn't yet followed. And so then there's now a political debate about whether we're seeing the rise of authoritarian capitalism again, as we had with Japan and Germany before. And now we have with China and increasingly effectively with Russia. And the way that plays out is going to be very, very interesting. But I think the question you're really getting at is China going to be a democracy soon? Will people rise up and become democratic?
Well, I'm actually, that in a way. It's the other question, which is, you know, they've got enormous political issues.
Right.
What they seem to me to be doing, the theme of the series that I've done, is about how they're so focused on development.
Right.
Because, for two reasons. One, they think it's in their national interest, and they perfectly are happy to continue their full pace of development around the world and solidifying relationships around the world, not only for energy supplies, but as trading partners.
Exactly.
They want to do that, and they need to do it, and they recognize it because there's a political tension there. And there are a lot more riots and there's a lot more protest in China than most of us ever know about. And they'll be the first to tell you, too. They're not trying to hide it in terms of conversations with journalists like me.
Right.
But you don't see it a lot in the press.
Actually, you know what's so interesting? You're seeing all these protests more and more, and they're about property rights in general.
Right, exactly.
But they're not about democracy. It seems to me, from all the people I've talked to in China, that the Chinese people, by and large, have accepted the quid pro quo that was offered to them by the Chinese government after Tiananmen Square. We'll let you get rich, but you can't have a vote.
See, but I think that they're moving, over the long term, they do recognize that there's going to be some kind of democratization, I believe, over the long term. The issue is, how do you define long term?
And how do you find democracy?
And how do you define democracy? Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, but there is some democracy at local levels. I mean, they do not have, day to day, they do not execute the kind of power that you might expect them to do. They have some respect for what's going on among the people in the regions outside of Beijing and Shanghai and Macau and all those other places.
I think they're very concerned about public opinion. The Communist Party is very concerned about public opinion. I don't think any democratization will take the form that we're used to. And the example I would use is Hong Kong, where I live. There's no way that Beijing is going to allow Hong Kong to become democratic, even though it is all the things that China says the rest of mainland China must be before it becomes democratic. And what I mean is, it's rich and it's well educated. And China usually uses the argument that we're a developing country. Wait until we're richer and our people have better educations, and then we'll allow democracy in China. But they don't do that in Hong Kong. So I don't see that happening in China anytime soon.
In Hong Kong, they simply say 2 systems, 1 state.
Yeah, 1 country, 2 systems.
One country,
exactly.
2 systems, right.
Exactly. And Beijing chooses the chief executive of Hong Kong. But people are, but definitely Beijing's Communist Party is concerned about what's happening around the country.
The rural-urban split, the number of poor in China, all that.
Absolutely. And they are responsive to those needs in some ways. They're not responsive in the way we might think, but they are.
Why did you, in the end, write The Elephant and the Dragon rather than just writing The Dragon?
You know, there are a lot of people who are China experts. There are a lot of people who are India experts, but there are not very many people who have seen both of them right in the midst of this historic rise. I'm based in Hong Kong for Forbes, but I cover both India and China, and I have been sitting there for 5 years watching what is going on, and it's amazing. I see whole new office buildings being built in India, and they're filled with people working on behalf of American companies. I see, entire highways and regions filled with factories in China, and most of the products of those factories are going to the United States. I don't think Americans have any idea the scale of the shift going on, and that's what I wanted to tell people.
The other thing I hear from, anecdotally, and I don't know whether you could make the case here, more and more CEOs that I know who are doing quite well in China, but they will let you know clearly the Chinese are in control. That in a sense they don't know how long they're going to do well, they don't know what's going to happen in China, but they're happy the fact that investment in China has been good to them. At the same time, they talk increasingly to me, they seem to be looking more than they've ever before at India as the future for their investments and their opportunities.
I think that that's for a couple of reasons.
Is it more than anecdotally, you think, or not?
No, I think your sense is right. I think that your sense of what you're hearing from CEOs is what I'm hearing from CEOs. I think you're hearing it for a few reasons. Number one, companies have moved so much manufacturing to China that they start to get nervous. They need what they call a China +1 strategy or a China +2 strategy. Sometimes the 2 in that equation is moving manufacturing to Thailand. Sometimes it's to India. Secondly, the amount of white-collar work moving to India these days is astounding. And once companies start doing business in India, they realize that they can do other things there besides just the white-collar work. They can also build factories, and that would be productive too. And I suppose the other part of the equation is they're really getting nervous about having too many of their eggs in one basket.
Bill Gates and others worrying about the Chinese commitment to scientific education and the number of Chinese who are engaged in postgraduate higher education focusing on computer science.
Absolutely. Even regular graduates. The U.S. graduates 1.3 million college grads every year. India has twice as many, and China has 4.1 million, more than 3 times as many. Just regular graduates every year. And if you think about it, just as recently as the Cultural Revolution, within one generation, China didn't have any graduates, right? Colleges were closed. Mao didn't allow comrades to go to college.
Exactly.
And so we suddenly
Study was not a smart thing.
Exactly. It could get you killed.
Yeah, exactly. Or sent off to somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah. So we suddenly have 4 times as many college kids graduating in China as we do in the United States. That's competition in a world that's connected with technology.
This book is called The Elephant and the Dragon. There are many more things to talk about. Joe Stiglitz, winner of the Nobel Prize in Economics and a leading voice on globalization, says an exciting and journalistic account of one of the great economic stories of our time. There is no doubt about that. There is no doubt that what is happening in Asia, and these two countries are leading the charge, is one of the most important and seminal events of our time. Robin Meredith from Forbes magazine and Hong Kong writes the story. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We continue with our report, China Today, a report from Beijing with Wan Cho-ching. He is Vice Minister of Information in the Ministry of Information. We talked about China's image around the world. What do you think is the goal of China today from an information standpoint in telling the world who it is and what it's about?
就是如果要是从新闻传播、从提供信息的角度来看，您如何向当今世界上其他国家来介绍中国现在是奉行要追求一个什么样的目标，是什么样的来追求一个什么样的目标？
这是一个非常好的问题。
Well, you have just raised an excellent question. Really, we want to let the international community understand where China stands now and the future orientation of China.
Where does China stand now, and what is its future orientation?
中国现在，今天的中国。
Well, I should say today, China is a developing country, although we have already achieved significant progress with economy, political, scientific, and technological areas, and in education, public health, and military areas. However, China remains a large developing country. The general level of China's development is still low.
Say that the general level of
China's development is still low.
China's development is still low. For example, the Chinese GDP already ranks number 4 in the world. However, China's per capita GDP only ranks after 100 countries in the world. For example, if compared to the past, the Chinese people's living standards have improved significantly. For example, in those big cities in the eastern part of China, the people's living standard actually could be comparable to that in some Western developed countries. At least they have closed the gap between their living standard and the living standard in those developed countries. However, if you go to these poorer areas in western parts of China, that's where people's living standard is still quite low. In western part of China, there are still more than 20 million people suffering from poverty. And even in Chinese cities, there are over 20 million people still subsidized by minimum living allowance. Here I mention the 20 million figure. 20 million are people suffering from poverty according to our own criteria. If we account this number according to the UN standard, namely $1 a day, then this figure may reach over 100 million.
100 million people in poverty.
Yes, so that's today's China. On one hand, we are proud of our achievements, but at the same time, we are also faced with the arduous task to further develop ourselves. So in order to reach the development level of today's United States, several generations of Chinese people, even dozens and scores of the generations, still have to make more effort. So I think the international community don't worry about so-called China's wrath. It seems we have to concentrate on resolving those domestic problems to, for example, address the problem of clothing and fueling our own people. So just now, we also raised the question of the future orientation of China. To put it simply, we are going to achieve, to realize modernization. So how to achieve above-mentioned objective? We'd like to achieve scientific, harmonious, and peaceful development. For example, the scientific. We are advocating and implementing scientific contact development. So when we talk about harmonious development, that means we will take into consideration both the domestic situations in China and also the general trends in the world. By doing so, we hope to achieve a comprehensive and balanced development.
How far along is China in terms of making
information on the internet completely available and free?
就关于互联网信息的问题，就是说中国在通过互联网提供就是在互联网上做到信息完全公开、全部公开这方面走多远，做到什么地步了？
For example, I went to my website where they have all the interviews I've done with foreign ministers and heads of state and presidents and people like Henry Kissinger and Hank Paulson and people who and you can't see any of those interviews. They're blocked. Why is that?
我想问一个，就是因为我自己呢，我有个人的网站，我在网站上呢就把我过去所进行采访的情况把它留登出来了，包括我采访其他国家的外长、元首，还有像包括 Kissinger、像保尔森这些名人的这些采访，我都登在上面了。但是呢，好像我在中国我的网站就打不开，好像被封了，这是怎么回事？
我想。
Well, actually, I don't think your website should be blocked. Well, since personally I did not visit your website, so I don't know your website. But I think that if your website is blocked in China, you can imagine the huge work left. It's just impossible.
That's why I asked the question, how far along were you? I mean, I promise you there's no pornography on my website.
Well, there are several categories of websites that are blocked in China, and we are very firm on closing those websites, like those websites operated by Falun Gong. Exactly, like this website operated by illegal organizations advocating to overthrow the Chinese government. Certainly, like those websites containing pornographic content and orchestrating illegal harmful information. This website should be unblocked. And you can imagine, altogether in the world there are millions of websites. If we close so many of our websites claimed by some people, half of the Chinese population would have to get jobs, and nobody pays a penny to us, and we have to survive. We have to feed ourselves.
Clearly, China is engaged in extraordinary economic growth. Clearly, there is a renaissance in China. Clearly, there is change in China. Clearly, there is a creative explosion here, both in terms of entrepreneurs doing things, creating doing a whole fashion, media, music. Clearly, the Olympics are coming. There is also, so there's much to be admired, there's also this element of fear. What is it that people around the world or the West might fear of China? Do they have any reason to fear China? And the other question, does China fear anything about, the outside world? And where are our misconceptions about all of this? I mean, that's the most important question for you, because that's your business.
那么我想再问，这可能是我要问的最后一个问题，就是说，毫无疑问，中国现在正在处在一个经济发展的这么一股就是热潮之中，中国的经济发展的势头很好。那么你可以看整个中国社会好像处在一个复兴的过程当中，中国社会发生了非常深刻的变化，而且中国呢还处在一个创新的热潮之中。无论是你看那些企业家、那些时装设计师，还有那些音乐制作人，他们都处在一个很创新的一种热潮之中。那么中国明年还要迎来奥运会，08年的奥运会。那么在这样一种情况之下，你是不是觉得像比如说一些西方一些国家，他们是不是好像有一些人好像对中国有些担心？你觉得他们有必要有这样的担心吗？另外一方面，中国是不是又对外部世界有了自己的担心？那么在这样就是说中外之间这种如果有这种相互担心，是不是存在着一定的误解？我想这个可能是一个很实质性的问题，因为这个可能也是新闻办所要解决的一个问题。
One thing I'm clear about, you understood that before he read it to you, right?
Yes.
I think you have correctly pointed out that the major responsibility of the office is to make the world, the international community, understand China in a precise and comprehensive manner. And I've told many foreign friends that they have nothing to be afraid of China. China does not pose a threat to any other country. China's development cannot and will not be based on the sacrifice of interests of other nations or countries. China has never had such kind of habit. However, those misunderstandings could be understood. This was pointed out once by a Latvian friend. Big powers in the world tend to be misunderstood by others, while small countries tend to be neglected by others. So you can imagine, for big countries like China with 1.3 billion population, it's quite natural that China may not be understood by others. A friend from Latin America once told me a story. Once upon a time, a group of frogs lived together with a group of elephants. The mother frog told her children, "Oh, be careful with your neighbors. Those elephants, when they are happy or when they are angry, you should be very cautious. No matter of when they are happy or angry, they may be a threat to us."
Very well said.
So China indeed is the elephant. However, China does not pose a threat to any other countries. But of course, to explain this to the rest of the world, we will have to make some effort and ideally make some further explanation. I think the biggest reason contributing to this misunderstanding is the lack of communication and exchanges. For example, like such an influential TV anchorman like you only pay first visit to China now.
Before you go, guilty with explanation. And I agree with you totally. Totally agree with you. However, I have been to Hong Kong, number one. Number two, this is not in defense, because you're absolutely right. And that's why I'm here, and that's why the world ought to be paying attention, is to understand. And that's why I'm trying to promote dialogue and engage, and I had to go through lots to get to do this. It is because I believe in that, and I believe that we ought to come and understand China and listen to China through the expression of Chinese, and not just, officials like you, but people in rural areas, in urban areas, people who have power, and people who don't have power. And you should make that easy for me, and encourage it being done. But your point's well taken.
因为他刚才就说，您刚才王部长你说的非常对，就是说应该是更多的到中国来访问，更多的来亲自来看看。他说我曾经去过香港，所以我目前之所以要到中国来，就是为了要能够促进中美两国之间的对话，加深两国之间的这种相互了解。而且呢，我还要接触中国社会方方面面的人士，除了像王部长这样的这个政府官员，还要接触比如说城市的普通的居民，接触农村的人。 不管是那些掌权的还是不掌权的，我都要去和他们来接触，来促进中美之间的这种相互了解。
So that's why I point out that we should enhance such exchanges and communications. Through intensifying the exchanges, we could reduce misunderstanding and enhance mutual understanding. So besides people-to-people exchanges and communication, I think media should also play a very important role in promoting such mutual understanding. We follow American media quite closely, especially the three major newspapers, namely the New York Times, the Washington Post, and USA Today. We follow their China-related reports very closely.
And what do you think of them?
Concerning their reports on China's economic issues, I should say their reports tend to be more objective in recent years.
Than whose?
But concerning the political human rights leaders and so-called freedom of press issues, then they still present it rather negative.
What's negative about their human rights story?
For example, you could quite often find such cynicism in the American media report, like the bad human rights record of the Chinese government. Different example. In recent days, the G8 summit meeting was held in Germany. There, over 10,000 people, protesters actually, came to the small village to protest against G8 meeting. And the German government sent over 10,000 policemen to suppress the demonstration, and some cars were also burned there. And according to the international media, such an instance could have been described as restoration of order there. But if similar events happened in China, I'm quite sure some American media would describe this as a suppression of democracy.
You're too clever to say that. You are. You know the difference in creating order. If China, those demonstrators protesting globalization or whatever they may be, have gotten lots of attention from lots of media. But with the heads of state there and with some semblance of the need for order. You know, it's not about democracy. It's not about suppression of democracy. I don't think they'd say that in China. There are questions you might raise about suppression of democracy, raise about questions of human rights. I mean, there are questions about America's that Chinese can raise about, you know, it's not a perfect society, nor is Great Britain, nor is certainly Soviet Russia. But it should be fairly discussed as to whether there are human rights violations and whether people are imprisoned or tried because they simply want to express an idea about democracy or about the government. If you got in trouble for expressing an idea about the American government and President Bush, you'd have a lot of journalists in jail.
那就是对刚才那个，他说，实际上德国发生的嘛，应该说主要是那边是举行首脑会议嘛，所以也是恢复秩序，这个不存在说是一个压制民主的问题。他认为就是说，如果即使类似的事情在中国发生，也不应该把它认为是什么压制民主要。至于说提到人权方面的问题，如果就是说这个必须实实在在去调查一下，是不是有人是因为要表达自己的自由表达自己的观点而被关押了，或者是被判刑了？也可以提到就是说，甭管是美国也好，俄罗斯还是英国也好，那么实际上他们人权记录都不是完美的，所以在这个问题上，实际上是可以心平气和的来讨论的。
Go ahead.
Yeah. 所以呢，我就觉得。
So I think if the media could represent China in a more objective, precise, and comprehensive manner, that will certainly help reduce the misunderstandings. For example, among the 300 million American people, only a small percentage of them have the privilege to visit China. Beijing will host 2008 Olympic Games. The international community and the international media will focus on China, so we will make best use of the opportunity to provide vast service to international media to assist them to cover China.
I'll be back before then. Wang Choucheng, Vice Minister of Information, in our continuing series from China called China Today, a report from Beijing. Tomorrow night, the Minister of Culture. Funding for Charlie Rose has been provided by the following.
For every drop of yourself you give, get every drop back. We offer over 80 ways to hydrate, energize, nourish, relax, or enjoy every drop of life.
Additional funding for Charlie Rose was also provided by these funders.
And by Bloomberg, a provider of multimedia news and information services worldwide.
We are PBS.
Next time on Nature, Ginger Catherine's returns to the wild horses of Montana and a stallion known as Cloud. In this chapter, Cloud has two sons, And in these wild and unpredictable mountains, family means everything.
Sunday at 8 here on Valley Public Television.
When I was a little girl, I watched Mr. Rogers and Sesame Street. I learned to ask questions. I always wanted to know more, to ask more, to demand more. So I decided to become a journalist, to sit on the front row, make sure my questions got answered. My career has brought me here, to PBS, where I get to ask all the questions I have, and more important, all the questions you have. And when I get some free time, I can still sneak a peek at Sesame Street. That's why I support PBS. I hope you will, too.
Become a member today. To learn more, call us at 800-801-6500 or visit kvpt.org.
Alcohol, drugs, and tobacco can have permanent harmful effects on an unborn child. In the United States, nearly 3% of pregnant women admit using illegal drugs, and each year up to 40,000 babies are born with alcohol-related damage. The effects range from low birth weight and mental retardation to physical deformities and even death. If you're pregnant and have a substance abuse problem, seek help, if not for yourself, for your baby. This message championed by the first 5 commissions of Fresno County, Tulare County, Merced County, and Madera County. It's all about the kids.
If you've been thinking about making a will to provide for your family and favorite charities, consider this. Without a will, the state statute determines how your assets and property are distributed. With a will, you direct your assets to those you care about most. For information on proper financial and estate planning, visit us on the web at kvpt.org or call us at 559-266-1800 or 800-801-6500.
Next on the This Old House Hour, we visit the new Yankee workshop where Norm builds our banquette.
It'll be a panel system along the bottom with seats and a backrest. I wanted to install an angled backrest.
A very simple drawing, not much to go off of.
And we're off to the races at our project house with Tommy trimming out a window.
Let me show you a few things about the existing trim I don't like.
And on Ask This Old House,
this isn't juniper, this is juniper gone wild.
Roger goes that extra mile out in Denver with an overgrown juniper.
There you go. Little snagged. But look at what we got done so far.
Stay tuned. That's coming up next.
Anderson Windows is proud to sponsor This Old House.
No matter what the dream, GMC is proud to support This Old House in making it come true. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, Dad, can I help?
Not right now, Jake. This is a grown-up job. Hey, buddy. Want to hold the flashlight for me?
The Home Depot is proud to support This Old House.
More than 40 million people who care for their cars and homes choose State Farm for their insurance. State Farm, a proud supporter of This Old House.
Good morning, I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House. Well, we've only got a few more weeks left in the project, and I didn't want to miss the chance to come visit one of the local landmarks here in East Boston. This is Suffolk Downs. It is the only horse track in Massachusetts. And the locals tell me that if you grew up here in Eastie, you probably spent some of your childhood watching the ponies. Well, they're running 8 races today, and it's just a few minutes to post. And the real action starts right here, about 5 minutes before post, when you step up to one of the over 100 betting windows. And when you get to this point, you better know what you're doing, because there's a lot of terminology. Win, play, show, box, trifecta, and you got to be certain that your horse hasn't scratched from the race. And I think someone actually scratched in the first race. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, no scratches.
Excuse me.
No.
Hey, excuse me.
No, nobody's up.
Hey, I know you.
Hey, how are you?
Richard, what are you doing here?
I needed to pick some stuff up. Tommy wanted me to bet on Lumber Girl in the third.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, is that a good one?
Yeah, it's the number 4 horse.
Oh, hey, I'm down for that.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so what do we do?
I want 10 on number 3, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yep.
That's my lucky one.
Could I get 10 on number 7? Thank you.
So, Kevin, they got 9 races a day. First one goes off in a few minutes, 12:45. Last one's about 4 o'clock.
So we'll see you around 4:30?
Yeah, about that. You know, it's a relaxing day. They generally have 7 to 12 horses in each race. You know, and what they do first is they present them here in the paddock. They walk them around. You get to see which one you like.
So you got one you like?
Well, you know what? I'm liking this number 3. It's a big, sweaty horse. I like its coloring. I like the name, too. Excuse my thunder.
Really, huh? What do you think of number 7? Keep it in line.
I like its ankles being taped like that. It's a good look. All right, so they're just going into the gates here, Kevin. That means you got like 2 minutes to change your bet. You want to change it?
Are you trying to talk me out of my horse?
Yeah.
I pick a horse, I stick with my
3
horse.
is the winner. 3 is the winner.
7, unless, of course, he loses.
Look, excuse my thunder all the way.
Come on, excuse my thunder. Let's go, baby. Get out of my way.
Number 7 on the outside. Look at him move.
Oh, 7's a loser. No way.
Oh, look at him come around. Number 7.
No, come on. 3,
Number 7, let's go. Keep it low.
You're gonna scare my horse.
What do
You're
you
gonna scare my horse.
Look at him. He's kicking your horse.
I don't even see mine. I need my glasses. Oh, wait a minute. I got my glasses.
That's your glasses.
I got the wrong
Come
eye.
on, number 7.
Come on.
Come on, number 7.
Is that 7?
Let's go.
Is that 7?
Come on, number 7. Let's go.
You're kidding me.
You're
kidding me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Oh, man.
Number 7, you're the man.
I analyzed this thing.
You may recall about 6 months ago when we first came to this site that it was bordered by a pretty sorry-looking privet. We also had a lawn that had seen better days and some overgrown shrubs all along the foundation. Well, all of that was condemned by our landscape architect, Stephanie Hubbard. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hi, good morning.
So we didn't really have
you.
anything on this site to speak of in landscaping terms, except for the ivy that was all over the building.
Yeah, the ivy was probably the most impressive part of the landscape when we came here.
But we had to take that down.
We had to
fix
take
the
it
stucco.
down, absolutely.
All right, so where do we stand today?
Well, if you remember when last time we met, we talked about the master plan, and a part of the plan was to have a low spirea hedge, a little princess spirea hedge, nice and dense to hold this edge right here.
Okay.
Since then, Chris and Liz, the homeowners, really decided they want the quintessential white picket fence. So, not my first choice. I'm not crazy about it, but they're the homeowners, so we're going to give that to them and make it work with what we have.
So how do we make it work with this site?
Well, 2 things. One is to pick up on some of the materials and the proportions of materials on the handrails. And second, keep it low. Keep it nice and low, about 30 inches, so it's friendly and welcoming.
Not imposing. Great. So when does that go in?
That goes in next week, but let me show you, we have some work going on out back. Kevin, our backyard is right up against the neighbor's garage. So what we've done is we've kept this privet to help screen it.
Okay, but we've got a lot of the back of the garage over here.
Exactly. If you can remember, look at this red that we had originally. This is the original color, and what we've done is painting it this beautiful, rich, warm gray. It helps brighten up the space and really make it more welcoming.
Okay. Looks like you've got some trellises in store for us.
Yep, and if you remember from the master plan, we're going to have these trellises mounted on the garage, pretty much right like that.
And this is to receive some sort of flower?
Exactly. We have 2 vines on it. We have a climbing hydrangea, which flowers in June and July, and then we have a sweet autumn clematis, which blooms in September. They're both white flowering. They can be very bright and help brighten up the space.
And soften the space, too. That's great.
Exactly, exactly. And then on this edge, against the neighbor's, this property line, we're going to have 3 small flowering dwarf crab apples. They're white flowering. They smell fantastic. They flower in May, and they have great four-season interest. You'll see next week they have some beautiful red berries.
All right, well, I look forward to it. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, thanks so much.
The exterior window trim is aluminum. Well, actually, it is aluminum formed around the original wood trim. And this trim was put in 20 years ago when the airport authority put in new windows. This was part of the project to mitigate the sound from the runway, which is just a couple hundred yards from here. Well, 20 years later, the window trim is starting to look a little bit tired, and Tommy has got a plan for it. So what is the plan, Tom?
Well, first of all, Kevin, let me show you a few things about the existing trim that I don't like. Let's start right up here on the top left-hand corner. Look at this miter. It's open. You can see the trim behind it. Look at the old vines. They're still stuck on the aluminum. I mean, we could sand it, scrape it, paint it, prime it, all that, but it's a lot of work.
Okay.
Now, this is a detail that I don't like either. Look at the way that they took the trim and they covered the flange of the storm window.
Oh, yeah.
I like to see it go right about there.
So what's the plan?
I'm going to show you how to fabricate some new trim. Now, if it was up to me, I would remove all of the aluminum trim and restore the wood trim. But there's just no money in the budget for it. So what we're going to use is this aluminum coil stock. Comes in a box. This is 12 inches, and it's painted white.
Okay.
All right. Now, what I want to do is I want to fabricate the new trim using this brake.
A brake is simply a device we use to bend metal?
Exactly. And this is the profile that I'm looking for. Now, let me show you. First thing I want to do is I want to take this 12-inch piece and slice it so that I can get the left and the right side of the window trim out of it.
So this is 12 inches wide and cut to the right length of the left and right side?
It's 71 inches long. It's a little bit longer than I need. So put it on that mark right there.
Reference line up to the edge.
And I'm going to find my mark down this end.
Okay.
Now I want to lock it in. What I'm going to use is this cutter right here that rides on this railing. All right? Now watch, I'm going to slice it.
Now that is great. Nice clean cut, huh?
Now this is one side. And this is our other side.
So we
now
just split it in half.
Right, so slide that one right under here. Slide it right in there like that.
All right.
Now bring it out. I want to bring this edge. See this edge right here? I want to bring it in so it's just about 1/8 of an inch over.
Okay.
All right, now this first bend will be at a 90 degree, and that's the outside edge of our molding.
Okay.
Now I simply take the brake and I bend it up so that the handles are level.
So you're just eyeballing this?
Eyeball it. Now I have a 90-degree angle.
Oh, that surprises me. I would have figured there'd be some sort of way to calibrate this.
No, now I'm going to slide it out, again making it flush on the edge, because I want to make this edge right here the face of the band molding that runs around the window. Now I lock it in. Now this one, watch, I'm only going to bring it up a little. That gets me about a 30 or 35, 40-degree angle, all right? Bring it up just a little more. Okay, now I've made our first bend. So now what I want to do is I want to drop this into the brake.
It's actually quite remarkable that you do all of this sort of just by eye.
Well, now I'm going to start measuring. I need this measurement right here from this corner to the flat part of the trim is 2 3/8 of an inch, okay? So I'm going to mark 2 3/8.
Going from the same reference point.
Right. I'll do the same thing down the other end. I'm going to put it into the brake.
All right, I
put
got
that
this
right on the mark.
up here, yeah.
Okay, now the next thing I want to do is lock it in. And I'm going to bend this one again at around a 40, 45-degree angle. All right.
Now this one here is a little wider.
Right, and I could simply trim this edge off, but this is really flimsy. I want to stiffen it up.
And you're going to do that by folding it back on itself?
That's called a double fold. So now I want to measure for that, and I know that's 4 1/2, but again, I want to take it from the same point of the trim. So I mark 4 1/2 here, and 4 1/2 down here.
Okay, I got this edge lined up right here, Tommy.
All right, now I want to lock my brake. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it over as far as I can. Okay, now I have to take it out, slide it back into the brake to crimp that bend.
Pushing that down so that you've really doubled up the material here.
There you go, you got a nice stiff edge.
And a perfect match to the original profile, great. What's next?
All I have to do is put a beaded caulking across the top, nail them up, and a couple of miters, we're in business.
All right, Tommy, thanks. The second floor kitchen has the luxury of a pantry. Now, it's a room that's always been here, but I don't think it was ever fully utilized. There used to be an old refrigerator jammed into this corner, and there was even a wash machine underneath this window with a hose coming out here to a kitchen sink. Those appliances have been removed, and we have now plenty of space for storage. And we've even covered the walls and the ceiling in this beadboard. In the interim, the pantry is being used as a storage spot for the trim. If you recall, Tommy actually had a knife made up so that he could mill an exact replica of the trim that was here in the house. It's being stored here, and then we are applying it to windows and doors as necessary, and eventually this will get a coat of paint, and that's going to be a great look. We've also continued the beadboard out here in the kitchen on the lower half of the wall, and it has got a chair rail here for the cap, and this is just one way that we're going to accomplish that cottagey feel up here. The other way is with the color choice on the wall. And that is a decision that has obviously already been made, Chris.
It has been, Kevin. It's called Sandpiper, and I love it. We thought with all the white beadboard going around the room, that it would be much better to have something to tone it down. It feels like it has a little sandy effect, too.
All right. Well, while you are rolling it on the walls, our painting contractor, Buzz, is actually cutting into corners. And, Buzz, I know it's not easy for you to work around all the other trades that are running around this house, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, no, it's not that easy, Kevin. Normally, we would do a lot of spray painting, you know, spraying on the primers, finish coat on ceilings, and probably a first finish coat on walls, and then letting the other contractors do their thing.
Right. Instead, you've been relegated to rollers and paintbrushes, so thank you for that. And let's talk about this ceiling color, Chris, because you're telling me it's not really white, is it?
No, you can't really see it with the light bulb, but it's called blue topaz, and it just gives a feeling of the water.
Okay, so more of that beach theme for you.
Yeah, I love it. And the great thing is that we're starting in the corner here, where Norm has promised me a banquette.
Yeah, well, I have good news to report. I was at the New Yankee Workshop just a few days ago, and Norm has already started work on the piece of furniture. Good morning, Norm.
Hey, Kevin.
Well, I can see what's been keeping you busy.
Yeah, I've been busy on a few New Yankee Workshop projects.
What have you worked on here?
Well, this piece was inspired by an antique that we found at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. It was actually, the antique was built in Taunton, Massachusetts in 1727. It's a chest with a drawer. Even though it looks like there are three, only one of them operates.
How about the decorative paint on the front here? Is this your work?
No, it's not my work. You might remember Natalie Gardner, the decorative artist. She did all the decorative painting.
That's right. She helped us out on one of my favorite projects, the Carlisle House.
Right.
Great.
And this is a candle stand from Martha Washington's bedroom at Mount Vernon.
Wow.
It tilts and it spins.
That's great. And what species of wood up here?
This is cherry, figured cherry. See all the nice figure in it, these little bird's eyes in it? Really nice piece of wood.
So a piece from Martha Washington's house from a cut-down cherry tree.
No, wait a minute. It was a historic tree that was felled in a storm.
All right. So this is not a piece I'd expect to see in the New Yankee Workshop.
No, we call this a piece of cowboy furniture. And there was a woodworker out west named Thomas Molesworth, and he was famous for building these pieces in the early 20s. So what do you think this image is right here?
You got me.
It's a teepee.
Oh, yeah, all right, I can see that.
Right.
Absolutely.
He would take a piece of wood and route out the background so that the image would stick out.
Yeah, absolutely. Some nice scroll work.
Right, and these are actually different prints from animals. This is an eagle, this is a bear, and how you like these? Elk antler hardware.
Oh, that's great. Well, I can see why you call it cowboy furniture. Well, what about our piece?
Well, it's coming along. As you know, there was no formal plan made for this piece, this banquette. Kathy Marshall, our kitchen designer, and I sat down and we just sketched something out. This would be the back door coming into Chris's apartment. Wainscoting on the walls. There's a window here, and we will block a little bit of that, but they'll still have light from the window.
And then a bench to sit on.
Right. This will be permanently set in place. It'll be a panel system along the bottom with seats and a backrest. I wanted to install an angled backrest.
And a very simple drawing. That's all you need to get started.
That's all I need. I took a few measurements at the site. I've cut up some pieces for one of the front panels, and this is one of the end panels.
So what are we using here? Is this poplar?
It's poplar because we're going to paint it.
All right.
Now, when I cut these pieces, wherever I'm going to meet the wall with the panel, I made the piece a ½ inch wider so I can scribe it to the wall.
Oh, so we get that real nice, tight, built-in look.
Right.
How about the floors? Because I know those aren't that level.
When the panels are assembled, they'll be a ½ inch taller than I need so I can scribe it to the irregularity of the floor.
Okay.
Now, in the middle, there'll be a panel, just a flat panel, very simple.
Will that float?
Right. That's going to float in a groove like this. Now this groove will also come in handy to join the rails to the stiles. I'm going to connect the pieces with a tenon cut on the rail, and that'll fit into the groove on the stile. Nice tight joint.
So you've got the stock cut.
Stock is cut. We're ready to make some grooves. Now, Kevin, to make the groove, I've set up my dado for 1/4 inch width and 1/2 inch height. I've installed this featherboard to keep the stock tightly against the fence as I run it through. Now, the trick here is to make the groove centered. By measurement, I've set the fence to what should be about the center. However, to make sure it's perfectly centered, I'll run the piece through on this side, turn it around, and then run it through on this side, and that'll perfectly center that groove.
But doesn't it give you a dado bigger than a 1/4 inch?
It may, but I fit the tenons to the groove.
All right.
With all the grooves cut in the rails and stiles of all 4 panels, I'm now ready to start working on the tenons. I've done a couple test pieces, so I have a tenon formed. Goes into that groove. Now, over at the table saw, I've changed the setup a bit. I've gone to a wider dado, and I've lowered it so the tenon will be just the right thickness. Now, how I push the piece through is important. First, I put it up against my miter gauge, because that's what's going to guide it through the dado. Then I have this stop block, which is actually going to control the length of the tenon. With 2 passes, I can form the tenon. All right, Kevin. I always like to check these tenons. Sometimes they might be a little too snug, and rather than change the dado setup, I just take a rabbiting plane. This is known as a rabbiting plane. Just make a couple thin passes over it, and get it until it's just right. You want to finish tuning those up?
You got it.
Go do it. Now for the panels, I'm using 1/2 inch plywood, but the grooves I cut are only 1/4 inch wide. So I'm going to rabbit out the back side of the plywood so that it'll slip into that groove.
Why not just use a piece of 1/4 inch plywood and save the step?
Just too flimsy. Well, now, Kevin, we finally get to glue some of these pieces permanently together. A little bit of glue on the tenon, and I also put glue in the groove at each location. We put them all together and throw on a couple clamps.
No glue on these center panels.
That's right. No glue on the panel. I want those to float.
Okay, so the door goes right here. This is the return coming off that wall, and then we've got the left front right here.
Right, and this would be the outside wall, and the window would be right about here. And the panel that we just glued up will be the one that returns back to the wainscoting that'll be on the side wall.
Okay, and then what about the top here for the bench?
That'll be a piece of 3/4 inch plywood, and I'll cut a couple hatches into it so they'll be able to use the area underneath for storage. Now the backrest will be made using the same techniques I used to make these panels. But I only can do so much here in the shop. I'll make this so it'll be easy to break down and bring in pieces over to the job site and do all the final fitting over there.
All right, well, it's already starting to look good.
Thanks.
Here hear it's good news from you, Richard. The rough-in's complete?
Absolutely. Ronnie and the boys have been very busy. They have completely replumbed all the water piping through the whole building. Starts right here. Cold water comes in from the street through a water meter. Goes through a little bit of copper piping here, but then you'll notice that we transition to this large blue pipe, and that's cross-linked polyethylene, also known as PEX.
Something you use very often to deliver radiant heat to a house. Now you're using it to deliver domestic water.
That's right. So it's all color-coded. The large blue means we're carrying cold water across the ceiling, and we drop down here to a manifold. Now think of the analogy of an electrician. He runs all of his wires to a circuit panel board. Instead of circuit breakers, what we have is shut-off valves right here. So every individual faucet or fixture has a control point down here.
Got it.
We also run, instead of wire, we run piping to each one of those fixtures.
So this is something an electrician would call a home run, a straight shot from supply to the fixture.
Right, and in our case, we're going to run this without any fixed fittings inside the wall.
Oh, that's great.
Now, there's a cold water feed right here with a manifold. Just below it, you'll notice the red pipes come in. So here's the supply, and it comes to here, and it feeds the first floor. But you notice this is a break. We have two separate manifolds, one for the first floor and one for the second floor.
Why two for hot and one manifold for cold?
Well, there's a cost associated with heating of that hot water.
Okay.
So we have two separate water heaters. We want the tenants to pay their bill.
Now, in terms of cost, where do we stand in the difference between PEX and copper?
PEX has always been a dramatic labor-saving story. You can really get it done pretty quick.
It's a lot easier to pull these than it is to sweat copper pipes.
That's right. And what happened this year is the cost of copper worldwide took a huge jump, so it makes it even more attractive to use PEX.
Great. And now we have got service going to every fixture in the house.
All the way to the third floor. A lot of progress up here, Kevin, on the third floor.
Yeah, a lot of progress, and I love found space.
A little bit of a difference.
Yeah, used to be unfinished attic, and now we've got two finished rooms. One of them is a bathroom, and here's what I like about this. We actually raised the floor up so that we could put the plumbing here and not dig into the structure, and we were able to save a lot of money doing that.
They did not want me to drill through those joists.
For once. Just outside of that, we put down a brand new hardwood floor. This is fir, and it matched the original floor downstairs. It is a good look. Although maybe a questionable choice given what's going out here?
Well, not really. We're going to have a laundry here. There's going to be a countertop right here, a front-loading dryer, and wash machine. But to avoid any water getting on the floor, we've installed this, an automatic wash machine shutoff valve. This plugs into the electrical. The electrical for the wash machine plugs in here. Here's your hot and cold hoses to the wash machine. Now, you'll have no water pressure on these hoses unless it feels an electrical current from the wash machine.
So when the wash machine is on?
That's right.
So no nightmare stories that you go away for the weekend, the hoses have burst, and now you've ruined the floor, or in this case, the whole house.
That's right. It is perfect for a wash machine up here on the third floor.
No, it's two great rooms. It's actually posh for found space.
Yes.
Hey, Tom, that is a good look. Did you guys put these together?
No, we didn't. A company from New Jersey made these. Look at this. The boxes are made out of MDF. It's a nice, stable product. And the fronts are poplar. They paint up beautifully. This is one for Liz's, and look at, this is Chris's up on the second floor, already painted up.
Well, that is a great look.
Yeah, it's very nice.
All right, so just a couple shows left. What do you got on tap next week?
Oh, let's see. We got some tile going in the bathrooms and some countertops going in.
And outside, we've got new plantings and a new picket fence. So until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
I'm Tom Silva.
Hey, boys, quite a day, Tommy.
Oh, great. I made some
Lumber
money.
Girl came through in the fourth.
Hey, I gave you 20. This is a 10.
Yeah, but it was 1 to 2 odds. You should have given me more.
You were you.
And he's Richard Chathuey.
For this old house.
Hey, did you hear about the 7-horse?
What?
Oh, check this out.
He got so lucky.
You won? I should have given you the money to win.
Not too late?
Oh, no, no.
I'll take it.
Anderson Windows is proud to sponsor this old house.
No matter what the dream, GMC is proud to support this old house in making it come true. GMC, we are professional grade.
Daddy, I'm not a little girl anymore, and I want to paint my room.
You can do that.
There you go. Make sure to wipe it off on the side. You got it.
The Home Depot is proud to support this old house.
More than 40 million people who care for their cars and homes choose State Farm for their insurance. State Farm, a proud supporter of this old house.
Coming up next on Ask This Old House, Richard puts this sink on a pedestal with a new pop-up assembly.
Now, the reason they call it a pop-up assembly is that the stopper goes up and down. Believe it or not, the easiest way for us to change this is to physically remove this entire sink.
This PBS show will return in a moment.
My dad got into business. I really think it was fate. If I'm not mistaken, he was working at a gas station, and a tiler came up to him and asked him if he'd be interested in being a helper.
The very first tile job that I was taken to was with my dad. I think I was about 7. Had my cowboy boots on.
I'm Joe Ferranti, and I'm a tile contractor.
The thing about working with your family, you need a lot of cooperation and understanding. We need to stay focused on a professional level, but be concerned about each other because we're brothers. It's a family, and we're there to look out for one another as well as work with each other. We see each other every day. We talk to each other every day, several times a day.
No, those are back.
And in that, things can fall apart. I just find that the most important thing is to stay gelled as a team and look out for each other. But just, how is everything? Good? Cool. How's the job going? Good. Who's next?
Working with my dad, he showed you something. He expected you to understand and apply it. You teach yourself. Do a good job. Fine. The praise, it comes. It's not heavy. Why? You're supposed to know it. Do your job. It'll come. He knows that you're doing a good job. I know that he knows that we're doing a good job. If he doesn't say it, it's understood. Sometimes when we're in people's homes, I find myself in a situation where my dad has done the work there prior to my working. Nice feeling, just to keep following that same track. Being of Italian descent, there's a certain romance to the fact that we're in this trade. Much of the material comes from Italy, and people just embrace descent with the product, installation. They just love it.
What do you love about tile?
What most people do, except I make a living at it.
No matter what the dream, GMC is proud to support Ask This Old House in making it come true. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, Dad, can I help?
Not right now, Jake. This is a grown-up job. Hey, buddy. Want to hold the flashlight for me?
The Home Depot is proud to support Ask This Old House.
Funded in part by Bellawood Pre-Finished Hardwood Floors. Available in 23 exotic and domestic species. Bellawood, proud to support Ask This Old House.
Hey, Roger, what's with the heavy artillery?
I'm off to Denver, Colorado to tackle a job so big, I need every tool in my arsenal.
Including the chainsaw.
Carry on, right?
Oh, you are not getting on that plane.
Watch me.
Hey there, Kenny. Oh, you found the extension cord. Oh, you are the best. Thanks, man. Hey, Tommy, I found your extension cord. Here you go.
This is how you return my extension cord?
Come on, it still works.
You know, later on, I'm going to have to give you a lesson on how to take care of your extension cords.
Hey there, Richard. Come on.
Hello there.
So what are you up to?
Well, I'm going to see a homeowner today who's been obsessing about his pedestal sink for 3 or 4 years.
Wow. All right, well, we'll check in with you later. But first, let's see what kind of trouble Roger got into in Denver.
Today we're in the Southmore Park neighborhood of Denver, Colorado. Now this is an established neighborhood, and the thing I love about established neighborhoods is they always have large specimen trees. Take a look at this one on the neighbor's property. That Colorado blue spruce has got to be 35 or 40 feet tall. Well placed off the corner of the house. and away from the sidewalk, this is the thing I like. Look at the color of this foliage. Steel blue. It just really stands out in the landscape. Now, when you buy a house here in an established neighborhood, you're not only getting the house, you are getting the landscape. And that can be both good and bad. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Roger Cook from Ask This Old House.
Hey, Roger, I'm Aaron Kelly.
How do you do? Nice to meet you this morning.
Nice to meet you, too. This
Hi,
is my wife, Laurel.
Hey, Laurel, how are you?
Good.
It's always exciting to come halfway across the country and find a tree that I grow at home. This is an ash tree.
Yeah, it's a great tree. A lot of shade in the summer, a lot of leaves in October, though. A lot of work.
Oh, quit complaining, will you? Now, who's the gardener?
Well, I planted this over here. We tried to bring some flowers in for all of you since we knew you were coming.
Oh, you
are
did this just for me?
Yeah.
Tried to spruce the place up.
Yeah, bring some color in.
Well, they look like they're doing pretty well.
Yeah. They've only been here a week, so.
Haven't killed them yet.
Now, you sent me an email with pictures, and I just had to see it for myself. The juniper.
Here's the juniper.
This isn't juniper. This is juniper gone wild.
Yeah.
It's 40 feet long, and it's eating our house. It's attacking our house. So it's, I've tried to trim it back, but it's, you know, I just can't get it down. Can't get control of it.
Aaron comes in with his electric shears and works on it, but all we've been successful with is keeping it off the driveway. As you can see, it's just continuing to grow.
Well, it's hard to reach all the way in there with the electric shears.
Yeah, I can't get all the way back, and you know, even if I do trim it down, I get the brown spots. It just doesn't look good.
Fits a juniper. It wants to get 10 or 12 feet tall, so you've kept it at bay a little bit. And your shearing does one thing bad. When you shear a plant, it gets really thick on the outside. Doesn't let any sunlight get down in. So what happens is on the inside, all dead plant. So you can't cut it back any farther.
Right.
So what else have you tried to maintain it?
Well, we've gotten to the point where we've decided to tear it out.
Tear it out, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty drastic.
Yeah, I started on it a few months ago, and I started on the backside so nobody would see it, but you know, I got in with just a little hand pruner because these branches are so small, but...
Wait a minute. You tried to tack this beast with a little pair of hand pruners.
Yeah, I got a foot or two into it and realized it's a big project.
He's in over his head. It would take him 6 months.
At least. I brought the proper tools with me, and I'd like to give you a hand getting this out, but I have to warn you. It's going to be hard work, and it's going to be dirty. Are you up for it?
Yeah.
I'm up for it.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Okay, great.
Well, we're ready to get started, but before we do, I always want to make sure you have the proper clothing on to do the job safely. In this case, it's good pair of shoes like you have on, sturdy, jeans, long sleeve shirt, protect your arms, and gloves. Okay. The tool of choice here is going to be bypass loppers. These are made to cut inch and a half inch branches easily. So what we're going to do, take those. Okay. So we're going to come in here and start with these smaller branches and cut them back until we get to the big ones. So you take that one. Great. Just cut it right off. There's a start. Now just keep clipping them, anything you can see. Right here first, work our way in. The easiest way to cut, Laurel, is to slide the branch all the way in the hook part of the blade. Get it in all the way in. Okay, now push down. There you go. See how easily it cut out?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Good. We're going to try to clear underneath your feet anything we can get out of here. There's some bigger ones right in here. There you go. We're just trying to make a pathway and work our way right into the juniper.
Okay.
Hey, see what I had to deal with here.
There you go.
Yeah, you should have had me help.
That's part of it. There you go. Now we're getting the hang of it.
So what do you think?
I think we got a ways to go. I still haven't found what I'm looking for here yet, which is the main stem.
I think we're getting closer.
Yeah. Now, with a lot of these little branches out of the way, we've actually been able to get in here and find the main trunk of one of the junipers. You can see it right here. It runs along, and then the little branches come off the top of it.
Yeah.
Now, to cut this, we're going to need more than a pair of loppers. It's time for the chainsaw.
Some heavy equipment, okay.
Now, before we start using the chainsaw, we want to clean all the debris out of the area so it's safe to run the saw. Okay, now make sure you don't get that tip in the dirt because it'll get dull very quickly. Watch your tip so you don't hit it and it kicks back. That's good. All right, Laurel, see if you can clear that out. Pull. Pull it. Little snagged. But look at what we got done so far. Pull. Watch this. Ready? We need more chainsaw.
I'm going to start cleaning up this pile.
Laurel, I have to use a chainsaw to clean up these large limbs in the back, but you can easily do all these limbs in the front just using the loppers.
Okay.
Now, we had a whole singular mass of juniper here with a brush removed. We can say it was made up of a series of plants. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plants, so we're left with 6 stumps. Now it's time to dig the stumps out.
It was more work to be done, huh?
Take shovel. I want to dig a trench as deep as you can all the way around. There's some good-sized roots in here, too.
Jeez.
Hey, what's this?
It's a good question.
There's a whole row of bricks in here.
We have a sidewalk out here? Or
a path or something.
Path or something.
Let's pop those out of the way.
I didn't know about that. Oh, we're making some progress.
Yeah, it's actually a little loose, but we really need another tool to finish it off. Okay? These are called mattocks. There's one for you.
All right.
Okay? This end has a beveled edge on it, and the other end is an axe head. Now, this is used to cut roots. This is used to dig underneath the stump.
Okay.
So I'm going to start right here and cut this root off. Okay, now what I'd like to do is just get down and work my way underneath the stump, and any root you come across, you can just take the axe head, cut it off. You know something? I think that's pretty loose.
You think we got it? It does look pretty loose.
Nice. There's a couple roots there. Can you cut them with your axe head? There's still something holding it. Still something.
Bingo.
Well, congratulations. You got your front yard back.
I know, it's absolutely amazing. And just think, a few hours ago it was full of junipers, and now they're gone, and we can actually see our porch.
Yeah, what a difference this makes.
So, what are you going to plant?
Well, we're going to do some perennials and a small hedge and give it a little bit of color.
Something slow growing, though, this time. Roger, thanks so much for coming out to Colorado and helping us with
Yeah, thanks a lot, Roger.
It was my pleasure. Now, let's get this last stump out. Ready?
Tom, what do you suppose Gary from New Jersey, Stephen from Pennsylvania, Pam from Tempe, Arizona, and hundreds of other viewers all have in common?
Well, Kevin, let me guess. With all these extension cords laying around here, I bet a question on extension cords.
You're smart. Yep, they all wrote us and they said, how do I avoid this tangled mess at the end of the day when they're done with their cords?
Well, I would say that that cord was wound too tight, and there's all kinds of gadgets out there that do that. Gadgets like this, and a coil like this is one I don't like. Look at, when you put the cord on there, really, when you wind it up, look at how tight that is.
Mm-hmm.
So when you unwind it, it's created a memory that the cord won't lay flat on the floor.
It's all bound up like a spring.
Right. And also, it can cause some damage to the wire. People will plug their cords together like that, and look at, it puts stress on it right there, damaging the wire inside there.
And here's another no-no. We don't want to ever store these with tape, because this can leave glue behind, and we don't want that on the cord.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, I know a guy that's probably wrapped and coiled more extension cords than any of us. The guy that lights our show, our own gaffer, Kenny Boyle.
Hey, Kenny.
Hey, guys. How you
Welcome
doing?
to this side of the camera.
Yeah, it's nice out here.
Well lit.
Well, I think I have the solution to your problem. The key is the over-under technique for rolling cable.
Sounds fancy.
I'm right-handed. What I do is I take the cord, I hold it in my left hand. I take my right hand, I grab the cord. The key is right here. You twist the cable over. Now I slide my hand back down. Now I'm going to twist the cable under. Over, under, over, under.
And what's the
all the way
rationale
down.
behind over under?
Well, it keeps the cable nice and rolled up, nice and tight, and when you go to use it, it's not going to get all tangled when you pull it out. Perfect. And when it's laying on the ground, it tends to lay flat.
Great.
After you're done, take the string.
Now that's great. You've got it tied there, so it's you don't have to go looking for it.
Yep, nope, it's always there, tied right onto the cord. Take it, tie it just like you're tying your shoe, and you get your nice, perfectly wound extension cord.
There you go. That's great, Kenny. Thanks.
True expert. Thank you,
All
Kenny.
right.
I've seen this trick too, Kevin. Guys who show up on the job with a hole drilled in a 5-gallon bucket. They have the male end of the plug sticking out with about 3 feet. They then just grab the cord, they pull it out of the bucket, take as much out as they want to the tools.
This is great because you can carry a lot of cord in here.
And some tools.
All right, Tommy. Well, thank you very much.
Hello, Richard Trethewey, Accessel House.
Hi, Richard. I'm Rumi.
Hi, Rumi. Nice to meet you.
This is my wife, Sonia.
Hi, Sonia.
Thank you for
Richard.
coming.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to be here. This room is quite vibrant, isn't it? What do you call this color?
Raincoat yellow.
Raincoat yellow. I actually had a raincoat that looked something like this one time.
Yeah, Sonia picks the colors here.
You know, that's how we do it at my house, too. My wife's in charge of that.
That's good.
But he installed this chandelier.
Beautiful. It sort of brightens up this front hallway, brings the yellow right out.
Thank you.
And speaking of colors, look at how great this is. You've got a great eye here.
Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
And he installed the chandelier too to brighten up the room.
So obviously you are some sort of electrician, Rumi.
I dabble a little bit, but I'm mostly a software engineer.
Software engineer?
Yeah.
Moonlight on the weekends at electrical?
Yes.
Richard, I have a guest from India. My parents visiting from India. You would like
Mom and Dad are here?
Yes.
Hi there. How are you? Nice family room there. Falls back into a kitchen.
Thank you.
And let me guess, you did this too?
Yeah.
Yes, he installed these lights too.
Boy, they're beautiful.
And these lights, they go up and down like this.
Super.
So.
Again, a nice color.
Thank you.
Well, I tell you, I think your electrical punch list must be finished by now.
Yeah.
I'm a plumber. How can I help you?
Okay, so here's the problem that's been annoying me since I moved in here. If you come to the guest bathroom,
yeah,
as you can see, the faucet is polished brass.
Sure.
And the drain was supposed to be also, but it has peeled off, and I would like to fix that.
So that is what's been annoying you?
Yes.
For all these years?
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we can fix it. This is called the pop-up assembly, and it used to be the same color as the faucet, but the plating is all worn off. That's the good news.
Good.
The bad news is that this is on a pedestal sink.
Okay.
Now, a pedestal sink is very popular. There's a clean leg right here, and the sink sits on top of it. People love them because it looks so great, but also makes the bathroom feel bigger.
Okay.
Plumbers hate them.
And why is that?
Because all the connections are inside this pedestal leg. But
yeah,
I would imagine with your electrical skill and my plumbing skill, maybe we can pull it off. All right, Rumi, here is our new pop-up assembly right here. This is the part you see from the sink. Now, the reason they call it a pop-up assembly is that the stopper goes up and down, it pops up. Now, here's your part that's worn. The part we need to replace is this entire unit right here, all the way down to this point. Now, this normally sits down into the trap, and all this is inside the pedestal leg. So believe it or not, the easiest way for us to change this is to physically remove this entire sink. And that starts by shutting off the water. So hot's on the left. And I'm going to just get the cold. Now I want to open the faucet to be sure that the shut-off valves held, which they did. And now I want to break this connection using a 5/8 open-end wrench. And it wants to go onto this nut. But I don't want to break this connection inside the wall, so I want to hold back against the valve with a pair of pliers and turn this counterclockwise. There's going to be a little water here, Rumi. Just pass me that cup. Now the hot. And now that it's loose, it's just as easy to back it off by hand. Okay, Rumi, let's review. We've got hot and cold shut off, and the connections are broken. And the toggles have been disconnected and removed, so the pedestal is just about ready to leave. But there's one more connection, and that is this, on the drain. Now, there's a trap underneath, and there's two nuts. Now, the only nut that I can really gain access to is this one, which sits at the very back of the pedestal. I can just barely get a wrench in there to loosen it. Once I do, we can pull this pedestal off the wall. Yeah, it is a little tight in here. But there's the nut loosened. Now there's a little bit of water in this trap. I want to just catch that with a rag. And now we should be ready to move this pedestal away from the wall. All right, Rumi, I'm going to draw this sink this way, but I want you to bring the pedestal leg with it about 6 inches. Get it up on the drop cloth as we do it, okay?
Okay.
I don't want to scratch your floor. Okay, right there. Now I'm going to be able to lift it. Okay. Now, just get that bucket. I want to dump the water. Now, leave that right there. That little bucket right there. Catch the trap water. Okay. So now we're just going to set this down for a minute. Just get the bucket out of the way. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to get the half of the old trap out of the way for future use. Now, I want to remove this old pop-up assembly, and I'm going to replace it with this, our new one. Okay, there's the stopper. Now, the way that this part actually disassembles into two so that you can actually fit it up through the sink is from the top. This connection breaks right here. Now it could fit in through the bottom of the sink. You reconnect it right here, tighten it up, and then to make a watertight connection, you tighten up this nut. So to disassemble this unit, it actually starts by loosening this nut. So I loosen this nut, and I should be able to push this forward. Now I may be able to loosen it by holding, yes, it came. Sometimes you have to put a pair of pliers on it. Okay, so there is the old one. That is your souvenir. All right, and now it's time to assemble the new one, and I'll need a little bit of putty to put right underneath this connection. And just ball it up in your hand and make it like a hot dog. All right, and then just wrap it right around there. Okay, now you're going to put that in from the top. I'm going to take this piece and push it in through from the bottom. All right, now let's try to catch that thread, okay? So I can spin my side. Can you feel it?
Yep.
Okay, is it going in?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when it starts to spin.
Okay, it's not yet. Keep going. Now it's spinning.
Okay. So now we got to get it where we want it to be because that's as tight. And now I'm going to tighten up this nut right here. This is where we make our watertight connection on the underside of the sink. That's as tight as I can get with my hands now with a pair of pliers. All right, as I tighten this, Rumi, I'm trying to hold this opening for the pop-up rod towards the wall so that we can connect it to this linkage so that stopper will be able to work, okay?
Okay.
Now, I want to make up this connection with the tailpiece. And the tailpiece is a short piece of pipe with fine threads on it, right here. I like to use a little bit of thread sealant. And then I want to get these threads back in without crossing them. And then I hold back against it, and it's a hand-tight connection, but snugged up nicely. Okay. Now, to make the connection between the tailpiece and the half of the trap, which will be up inside the pedestal leg, I've got two different size pipes here. This is 1 1/4, and this is 1 1/2. This is a reducing nut that fits right here, and this is a reducing gasket which will fill the distance between these two sizes. And what I like to use is a little bit of thread sealant on that as well. And then snug it up. We've turned the corner, Rumi. All right, now here's how the stopper works. There is a rod that connects the stopper to the linkage. And there's a ball in the middle of that rod. Now that acts as a fulcrum to make the stopper go up or down. Now why don't you put that in from the sink side.
Okay. Done.
Now it should be able to go up and down.
Yes.
Now it's time to reinstall this sink. Get it back on the wall.
Great.
Ruby, just put that pedestal into place, would you?
Okay.
Just leave it out just enough for me so I can drop the trap down in. Okay, to make the connection between the sink and the wall, we're using toggle bolts. This is a spring-loaded anchor that gets small to fit through the opening in the wall, and then once inside the wall, it springs open. When we took the sink out originally, this part of the toggle fell inside the wall, so these bolts are new. And we're going to connect both of these, and once we do, we then can make up our hot connection and our cold connection to right here, and finally, this half of our trap, and we are back in business. Okay, hot and cold are back on. What do you think, Rumi?
Wow, it's beautiful, like a piece of jewelry. It's so shiny, and it finally matches the faucet. I'm so happy.
This could end up being your favorite room in the house.
It already is. Thank you.
Another happy homeowner, Richard. Nice job.
He was a good guy.
What causes that finish to fail?
Well, this is an applied finish, and once it's compromised, if you have hard water, this is what it ends up looking like.
Richard, of all the things that could be wrong with the house, this guy was obsessed with his sink drain.
Well, there's not much left that's wrong in that house. He's pretty happy now.
All right, well, nice job, guys. And until next time, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
I'm Rich Trethewey.
I'm Roger Cook.
And I'm Tom Silva.
For Ask This Old House.
No, I used to have some jewelry that was made out of plumbing fixtures. Yeah, some bangles.
Christmas time at the Trethewey house. If you have a question about your house, email us at asktoh@pbs.org or write to us at the address on the screen.
No matter what the dream, GMC is proud to support Ask This Old House in making it come true. GMC, we are professional grade.
Daddy, I'm not a little girl anymore, and I want to paint my room.
You can do that.
There you go. Make sure to wipe it off on the side. You got it.
The Home Depot is proud to support Ask This Old House.
Funded in part by Bellawood Pre-Finished Hardwood Floors. Available in 23 exotic and domestic species. Bellawood, proud to support Ask This Old House. Next time on the This Old House Hour, our landscaping plan comes to life.
You recognize this?
I do. That's the rose bush that my father planted for my mother about 30 years ago.
And we're talking tile and teaching it, too.
Look at that. Oh, my gosh. I know. It's now you're talking.
And on Ask This Old House, Kevin goes wall to wall on a carpet install. And Tom does a little hot dogging on table saws.
This saw will sense if my finger is in the way. Blade goes right down instantly.
That's next time on the This Old House Hour. Ask This Old House has much more to show you on PBS.org. Hands-on how-to videos and more. Just tune us in on PBS.org.
I'm PBS.
This Old House magazine, the companion to the television series, provides advice from our experts that you've come to know. You can use your credit card to order 10 monthly issues for $10 by calling 1-800-221-5900.
Next time on Nature,
Ginger Catherine's returns to the wild horses of Montana and a stallion known as Cloud. In this chapter, Cloud has 2 sons. And in these wild and unpredictable mountains, family means everything. Coming soon on PBS.
Joel Sartori is truly somebody who cares. This wasn't just work, it was passion, it was calling.
I'm not here to tell National Geographic readers what to think. I'm here to tell them the story, to show them the photographs, and I think the majority of Americans would want to know that there's something wild and natural still left.
Coming soon on PBS.
When they say you should change, can you lift your head high and stay strong? Will you give up giving when your heart's crying out that it's wrong? We start to look outside ourselves.
You see?
Oh, we keep forgetting that one thing we should know is don't be scared to fly alone. Find a path that is your own. Love will open every door. In your hands, spread your wings and soar. Spread your wings and soar. What you waiting for? Spread your wings and soar. So what's you waiting for?
Mystery presents Agatha Christie's Miss Marple.
On aboard?
2 tickets to a mystery coach tour.
Welcome to our little mystery tour.
You get the impression everybody knows everybody.
We're in this together. If only we knew what this crime was, or will be.
What do you want? One of our group is a killer.
I am Nemesis.
Miss Marple becomes a nemesis on Mystery.
Coming soon on PBS.
Welcome to Portland. I was at an auction, and you get those little bid cards, and mine went up, and I got them.
These insects stopped eating probably 50 years ago, okay?
Well,
From the crew of Antiques Roadshow, welcome to Portland!
Now, the people who make Antiques Roadshow possible.
Honey, where are my keys?
They're in the faux Amish woven straw container manufactured in the late 1990s.
Right.
At Liberty Mutual, we know all your possessions are valuable.
Lunesta is proud to sponsor Antiques Roadshow on PBS, where people all over America bring in their long-hidden family treasures and experts help reveal our treasured past.
The 2007 Subaru Forester. With road gripping all-wheel drive standard, it helps make it safe to move all of your family heirlooms. Subaru, a proud sponsor of Antiques Roadshow.
And by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
And now, from the Oregon Convention Center in Portland, Oregon, it's Antiques Roadshow.
So tell me what you know about the piece.
you know, I really don't know much of anything. I have 2. I was at an auction, and you get those little bid cards, and mine went up, and I got them. I know nothing about them. I didn't even know what the metal was. I know that they're beautiful. I have other sets of birds. not quite as large as these.
Wow.
And that's all I know.
One of the things about this piece that's rather fascinating is that it is actually the last of the best production that Japan ever did. There was a period of time in Japan called the Meiji period, from like 1868 to 1912. And in that period of time, they produced some fantastic metalworks. And basically, the people kind of died off about the period of World War I. And this was produced right about that period of time. It's beautifully gilded, and then this black that's here is actually painted on.
Oh, my.
And then it has two different kinds of gilding. The gilding that's here, that's just very, very finely done. And then this other kind of gilding that's actually sheets of gold that they've put over here.
Oh, my gosh.
The metal itself is bronze.
Bronze.
That's underneath it. And it's signed in two places.
Well, I saw one, and
the one you saw was this one here, which is the signature. The maker's name is Hidemitsu. That's his name there in that, within that gilt cartouche. But then one thing it's very, very difficult to see, that's very, very faint on there, is a made in Japan.
Where?
Right there.
Oh, for heaven. I see it now. The light's right on it.
And that's one of the things that identifies it as being like at the very end of the Meiji period, but probably into the Taisho era, because that mark was required by United States export laws after 1910. So that's when
Isn't
that happened.
Something?
But it's an incredible bird, and it's also wonderful that you have a pair.
You know, I can't even remember what I paid for these. A couple $100 bucks?
Wow,
maybe.
You were lucky there. Because I would actually say that a single one alone would be around $3,000 to $5,000.
No.
Yes.
No.
And the pair more like $6,000 to $10,000.
Are you kidding? Oh my God. Who'd have thought?
They do brilliant
They
work
are
with this kind
pheasants,
of
right?
stuff. Yeah, they are pheasants.
I know that it's the Sutro Baths in San Francisco, which I believe burned down or fell apart during the 1906 earthquake. I assume it's a lithograph. The piece was left to us by a friend that passed away a few years ago. When we got it, we rolled it up because our ceilings weren't high enough to hang it properly. And we just unrolled it 2 years ago. We bought a new home, higher ceilings, and have been staring at it ever since in our living room and loving it.
It is the Sutro Baths in California. They actually burned down in the 1960s.
Oh, 60s.
But they were really in work basically through the First World War was the height of their popularity. And this was a aqua park extravaganza like Waterworld today. They had a total of 7 baths, which could hold 1.7 million gallons of water. And it was all salt water. It was filled at high tide. It took about an hour for the tides to fill the pools. They had slides, they had trapezes, they had high diving boards, they had 3 restaurants, they had a theater for shows, they had room for 10,000 swimmers on any day, they had 20,000 bathing suits for rent, and they had 40,000 towels for rent. So you can imagine a complex of this size is going to call for a very big poster. The poster actually dates from 1896. It is a lithograph. And it's interesting because they didn't have printing presses that could accommodate such a large sheet of paper. So this is actually printed on 12 different sheets.
Yeah, I noticed the seams and...
Down at the bottom, they actually numbered the different sheets so that when the boards were being hung, people knew, as if they couldn't figure it out themselves from the picture, they knew which order to hang the sheets.
Oh, okay.
And as you can see, the sheets didn't always match up. So as you see here in the middle, you can see the seam.
Right.
And oh, this guy lost an arm in the matchup. But otherwise, it's fairly seamless. You can see slight variations in color. And there's different seams all over the place where they put the entire image together.
That missing arm has always bothered me, too. So.
You know, it's part of the inherent nature of the piece. If you look over here, you'll see there's a guy who's lost his head. It doesn't in any way detract from the value, but it tells you something about how the piece was printed. The Sutro Baths were they're an incredible California institution. The ruins are still there today. I think they're run by the National Parks Commission.
Right, that's correct.
This is really an iconic American poster. Now, the condition isn't great. There are some problems with the condition. You'll see there's some tears.
Right.
And there's some paper losses. And you know what? That can be fairly easily fixed. A good restorer will actually paint those out. And as there's no missing paper, that really won't affect the value at all. There are really only a few known copies of this in existence. Last year, we sold one in similar condition for $13,000.
Wow.
So I would say an auction estimate of $15,000 to $20,000 would not at all be out of range.
Oh, wow, that's great. Thank you.
That's a big pool of money to dive into.
Yeah.
This is a trunk of dresses from my great-great-grandmother. She brought them from Bermuda when she moved to the States around 1870 or so.
And do you know when she was born?
1839, born in Bermuda. The dresses all got put in a trunk after she moved to the States, and she carted it with her from Nebraska up to Oregon.
Well, what's really fabulous about them is that it's like a little time capsule, probably late 1860s, or what I would date most of the clothes to. You have an extensive collection. Seems like she had a privileged life in Bermuda. There's a lot of printed cottons and printed cotton boils, which we don't see a lot of. They don't survive as well as a lot of these have survived. The one we have on the mannequin here is a day dress from probably late 1860s, three-piece dress. What's really fascinating about it is the print, tropical birds and flowers. And the lace here at the neckline is all handmade lace with a fine silk ribbon underneath. And what's different about this dress from what we would see in an American dress is that there's no boning in the bodice. And I think that's because she lived in a tropical climate and all the boning was done with the underwear. This would have been the first thing she would have worn when she got up in the morning, a chemise. And then on top of that would have gone a corset, many petticoats, and then the top layer was this kind of loose blouse. And I noticed that a lot of her things have a name or signature. And can you tell me her name?
It was Eliza M. Tudor Tucker.
Once she came to the States, did she have a really privileged life here, do you think?
No, she moved into a sod house in Nebraska and basically had the pioneer life, moving out to Oregon and that sort of thing. So the dresses pretty much just got put away, and they haven't really been out much since she left Bermuda. My great aunt used to have them before, and she was very strict. We weren't allowed to, go past the first couple layers. So we really haven't seen what's going on in the
You've never really looked at the whole content?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, what I should also let you know is that to really take care of these things and preserve them for your future generations, I wouldn't store them in a wooden trunk. I would invest in some acid-free boxes and acid-free tissue. You can see there's spotting, and that's caused by acid leaching into the fabrics. And they are in excellent condition, and preserve them, they'll last for many more generations. This dress here, because of its condition, it's just about perfect. I would expect this to go at auction for, probably $1,500 at least.
Really? The one dress?
At least. And I would value this dress and everything in the trunk. You have many other complete outfits and interesting pieces, about $10,000.
Oh my gosh, wow. It's priceless for our family, so that's very exciting.
One day I had walked into the Goodwill and I had seen this print that was up on a shelf. And I just fell in love with it, and I went back home. I told my husband, I said, I really like this print that's at Goodwill, and I really would like to have it. So he went back that very day and he had purchased it for me. And he gave it to me as a surprise.
That's great. And why do you like it?
The picture itself is so dynamic. It has so much going on with it. There's so many different stories within this one picture that it's like a book. It can just read as a book forever and ever and ever, and that's what I like the most about this picture.
And that actually is where a lot of its value comes from. It is a wonderful example of mid-19th century American printmaking. Now, if you compare European printmaking or art in the middle of the 19th century, it tended to be pastoral, quiet, whereas America was a vibrant, happening place. And American art and American prints were like that. And this is one of the most exciting prints of the middle of the 19th century. This particular painting that the print was based on was done in 1855. And you can see down here, it's by Thomas Meineke. This particular print came out in 1870, a little bit later. It is a great example of American urban life. It shows New York City, it shows Broadway in the winter, and it shows everything about what was happening in America. It shows the rich. You can see here's a very wealthy couple in the middle. It also shows the urchins, the street poor. throwing snowballs at the rich. It has political activity. It has everything. And one of the things that's interesting about this print is up here you have Barnum's Museum. And that is P.T. Barnum's Museum, which is how he started. And it was essentially a freak show. They had natural wonders. And you can see along the top here, they have little signs painted to show some of the animals. I mean, there's a giraffe who would have been inside, and of course they would have all sorts of interesting, exciting things happening. And the artist, one of the things he was trying to do is contrast inside Barnum's Museum, which you had to pay for to get in, was things were exciting and happening. You just step out on Broadway and look at the cacophony of American life. And in a way, he was contrasting that, saying, look, American life is almost like Barnum's Museum. So this is an example of a print that was done for people to hang on their walls, to get a feel for what American life was like. Now, did you see the price when you looked at Goodwill?
It was priced at $40 at Goodwill.
In my shop, if I had this print now, I'd have it for about $1,800.
$1,800?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful. That's a $40 well spent.
It was given to me by my grandfather and grandmother. It's from my grandfather's family. He's a European that was born and raised in Egypt and Austria. This was something his mother, you know, passed on to him, and she must have bought it in Egypt, I can only guess.
Wonderful.
Or Austria.
How long have you had it?
I've had it about 6 months.
Okay.
During my last visit, I found it in their laundry room folded up and took it to them and asked what they were going to do with it, and they said I could have it.
Well, you've brought in a wonderful textile today. This is a Suzani embroidery. And Suzani is a textile that is woven in Central Asia, in Uzbekistan.
Oh, really?
Yes, in the town of Nurata. And this is formerly the Emirate of Bukhara. It's from the mid-19th century, so it's about 150 years old.
Okay, wow, okay. That's older than I thought it was.
And there was trade all over the Middle East. And so it's not surprising at all that these would have been marketed in Egypt. The name Suzani refers to the Farsi word Suzan, which is needle. So it's needlework.
Okay.
It's executed in silk embroidery on a cotton ground. And the technique is fascinating. First, they draw the design on narrow strips. You'll see the seams here. There's 5 or 6 seams. So they have the seams all together and they draw the design on the plain cloth. Then they take the strips apart and they start doing the embroidery over the design that they've drawn. The design influence is actually coming from the Indian Mughal tradition.
Oh, okay.
And so a lot of these floral sprays are reminiscent of what you found in the Mughal art. This retains its original color, which is just great. It's got the beautiful natural dyes that you would expect in a mid-19th century piece. These pieces were made by the bride and the bride's family for a dowry gift as part of the wedding. So they had huge ceremonial importance, and very often they were only used once and then put away in a chest. The condition of this thing is just fabulous. There are some condition issues, however, with the ground. The cotton ground does have some discoloration, and these are very, very tricky to clean, and they have to be given to just the right person. It might retain some of these sort of rust spots, but overall, I think it would clean up well. There's little bits of folk art. If you look around the medallion, this is a classic collectible Suzani. They're very popular. They're being copied today, and the copies are everywhere, and they're relatively inexpensive, and the layperson can't really tell the difference. But the ground in the pieces that I've seen that are the copies is sort of a shiny, silky background, and it doesn't resemble the cotton ground of the old pieces at all. I would put a value of this at $10,000. It is really a wonderful piece.
Thank you. Gosh, that's fabulous.
It's nice to see a little bit of a French accent out here in Portland, Oregon. Did you know this is French?
I knew it was French.
You knew it was French, okay.
Legend has it.
Legend has it.
My grandparents had it, and then my parents had it, and I'm the 3rd generation with it.
I'm excited to see this because we do not see a lot of 18th century French provincial pieces on this.
18th century?
Well, it's in the style of the 18th century. What I want to do with you is try to figure out whether it's 18th century or something later. What they were doing in the big cities like Paris is making these ornate rosewood and mahogany and really high style ormolu mounted pieces, Bombay-shaped pieces, kind of like this with this shaped front. And they were very, very fancy. But out in the provinces of France, the cabinet makers were using fruit wood and walnut and more inexpensive local woods to make these very ornate pieces, but they're made in the style of a local cabinet maker, not like the really, really fine pieces in the city. This is fruit wood. It's really a hardwood. The top, and you can see on the edge here, is walnut, but this whole front and the rest of it's fruit wood. You have this Rococo asymmetry, and each drawer is different. This drawer is concave, this is convex as you come down the front. All of the C-scrolls. Down here you have the shell, and it's all the essence of the Rococo, which is typical of the Louis XV style.
Oh, it is.
But it's done in this provincial way. Now, we need to find out if it's period, though. Because you know with us the furniture people, we always have to pull things apart, right? This thing weighs a ton. And one reason for that is that it has oak. Now, if you look at this, here, this dovetail, these huge dovetails, this is what you want to see. These project because they have to match the Bombay that you see over on the case here, okay? This drawer side never touched for 200 and some years. Never touched the side of that case. There was an airspace. But this color looks absolutely good. And if we look inside and put your hand here and feel the hand planing. That's hand planed a conifer, a pine.
Oh,
and
it's a conifer,
yeah,
okay.
That's what you want to see on an 18th century piece. But I'm still not convinced, okay? I'm gonna put this back and look at the back. I love this. Over here, you have worm damage. When you tap it, there's no powder coming out, really.
Right.
So you know that this is not an active infestation of insects, so you don't have to really worry. These insects stopped eating probably 50 years ago, okay? But here, the original pins, which hold this board into this rail, see how they project a little bit? So the shrinkage on this piece of wood, it shrunk this way, but these have not shrunk. It's what you want to see. And the oxidation, the exposure to the air is what you want to see. It's 18th century. It's mid-18th century, French provincial. Were you worried ever that this wasn't period?
I had no clue.
You had no idea. You just
I had
didn't
no clue. With my luck, it would have been a fraud.
Okay, now I have to tell you, on these pieces, especially on these French provincial pieces, you have repairs. Over here, you know, somebody has tried to pull this open, and it's a heavy drawer, and they pulled this off, so this little corner got replaced. You come over here, this whole lip is repaired because somebody tried to break this open, and over here on this side, that's all new. Do you see that line?
Yeah.
So it has a lot of repairs, but on 18th century European furniture, repairs do not affect the value as much as they do with American pieces because it still has great look. People love them. And they're always 3 drawers. I've never met a 4-drawer French provincial chest. So you've gotten it appraised once?
It was appraised for estate purposes, like back in 1985, from a photograph.
From a photograph, for how much?
$6,000.
$6,000, okay. That was 1985, which is a fairly strong price. You could put about $14,000 for insurance value on this. So you've got a nice piece. It doesn't have bugs. You can enjoy it.
How do I take care of it?
How do you take care of it? I would say just a light wax, just a very, very light wax. Nothing heavy, because heavy wax builds up and darkens the surface. So a really thin, light wax would be the best thing.
Okay, great.
Just a few miles from downtown Portland is the Portland Art Museum. It houses a fantastic collection of Native American artifacts. Every once in a while at Roadshow, a Native American object will turn up that's adorned with the feathers of an endangered species. The laws are complex and tough, but there are legal options when it comes to dealing and trading in such items.
John, the Portland Art Museum has one of the most extensive collections of Native American art in any art museum in the United States.
Curator Bill Mercer and appraiser John Buxton assembled a number of Native American objects with feathers from birds currently protected by federal legislation.
This particular piece right here, this is a Yupik mask. It's a wolf mask, and the Yupik people traditionally live in southwestern Alaska. And you can see the wonderful carving, the painting on this, the tongue lolling out of the mouth. But in particular, we have a set of swan feathers that are around the upper portion of the mask.
How early would a mask like this be?
This dates to about 1900 or so. The next piece that I'd like to show you here is this plain style bonnet. And this particular bonnet dates to the early 20th century. It's got a magnificent beaded brow band, and then the feathers here are actually golden eagle, and they're trimmed with the down feathers, also from a golden eagle. And then another piece that I'd really like to show you and all
That's
the
phenomenal.
viewers. Yeah, isn't it just absolutely
amazing piece.
spectacular? This is a pomo basket. Again, it was woven about 1900.
How many different species are in this basket?
This one has about 5 different species, including mallard duck, which is the iridescent green, and then the dark feathers around the rim. These are the top knots of California quail.
Let's talk a little bit about the law. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act was enacted in 1918. It covers 83% of all of the known bird species in North America. The second act is the Bald Eagle Protection Act of 1940. It was amended in 1962 to include the golden eagle. And then finally, the Endangered Species Act of 1973. This covers most of the birds not covered in the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Now, what's important about these dates is the fact that if you have possessed these objects prior to the date of enactment, you can legally possess these feathers and these objects. If, on the other hand, you acquired them after, that means that you illegally own these objects right now. And you cannot barter, trade, sell, buy any of these objects.
That's right, John. There are several exceptions to the laws. One is that Native Americans may legally possess feathers from federally protected birds for religious and cultural purposes, and also educational and cultural institutions such as museums may apply for permits to own and possess these feathers. The best thing that people can do is to contact a museum and to see if the museum is interested in that particular piece and to confirm that the museum has the permit. And then if they'd like to donate that particular object, they can also contact an appraiser, because potentially there is a tax credit that they can get for the value of that particular object.
This is a far better alternative than having somebody deface the objects by ripping the feathers off so they avoid the penalties. Sounds like a win-win for everybody. Thank you, Bill.
Well, you brought us a perfume bottle. Do you know anything about it?
I know nothing about it. I probably bought it 45 years ago. Probably paid 50 cents, $1.
50 cents or $1?
Well, I bought it just because it was unusual. It reminded me of a cut glass donut.
Well, it does sort of look like a donut. This is American brilliant cut glass period, which dates from the 1870s, 1880s. The silver mounts are sterling and are English.
Right.
The hallmarks are right here, made in London in 1886. It's beautiful, beautiful quality. And your dollar investment in today's market at public auction, probably in the range of somewhere between $600 and $800. That's not bad for a buck.
I can't believe it.
But it's a beautiful, beautiful bottle, and I would highly recommend that you take the perfume out of it.
But I can't get the stopper
Well,
off.
I would soak it.
With what?
It's hot water. It's not going to hurt it. And just soak it. It should come out.
Okay.
Okay?
I will. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
You brought in a pile of stuff here that relates to one of your ancestors. What can you tell me about this?
Well, this guy's name was James Pollard. He was New York Volunteers with under Colonel Sorrell during the Civil War. They were engineers, and he was also a battle line sketch artist, and traveled up and down the eastern seaboard from Pennsylvania down to Florida.
How long was he in the war?
I think he saw the most part of the war. He was discharged at one point, and then he re-enlisted and went back in, and was in there another 2-3 years.
Yeah, so he was in almost the entire Civil War then.
Yeah, pretty much.
I find this collection really fascinating. There are 16 letters written home to his family, and then there are how many drawings?
53.
53 drawings, and now not all of them look like this. There's some pencil sketches and then some inks and some ones that have been hand-colored. The Civil War is the first war where the majority of combatants on both sides were literate. And you see Civil War letters sometimes are embellished by a soldier with drawings of camps or scenes in his camp life. But this guy, you can tell that he started off as a sketch artist, and then he got better and more precise as he went along in his career in the military. And I did a little bit of checking. He was actually promoted in 1864 to the title of artificer. A-R-T-I-F-I-C-E-R. Now, I can guarantee you that there's no rank of that in the Army. It's some made-up title to designate this guy as the artist for the 1st New York, at least for Company H, which is what he was in.
Right.
Individual Civil War drawings and individual art of Civil War soldiers can range in value from a few hundred to several thousand. We've got 53 drawings here of varying quality, plus the letters, plus we've got pictures of him, plus you've got his discharge papers. It's a great group of stuff. I think there's probably $10,000 to $15,000 on the low side here. It's a great collection, and I'm glad to see you're protecting them in these acid-free sleeves. If there were more battlefield scenes and that sort of thing, it would be worth a lot more.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you very much.
This was a gift to me about 1950 from a friend. I didn't know anything about it. I remember seeing it in the window of an antique jeweler in New York City. And later, my friend bought it for me. And I just remember seeing the name, Boucheron.
And what do you know about Boucheron? Do you know anything?
Well, except that I still see the name today.
Oh, really?
As perfume.
Oh, really?
And I have often wondered if they were still making jewelry.
Well, I can tell you a little bit about Boucheron. Boucheron was actually one of the high-end jewelers in France during the 1800s, and they are still in existence today. They competed with companies like Cartier, all the top jewelers in Paris. It's interesting that it says F. Boucheron, Frederic Boucheron. It also tells about all the awards that they received, these medals for wonderful jewelry that they produced. The piece is the style that's called Etruscan revival. And the most popular time it was revived was in the 1800s, from about 1850 to turn of the century. The most famous jewelers were Italian that did this type of style, like Castellani, like Pierret. So it's unusual to see that the French are really working in that fringe necklace style. So I was quite taken aback. But then I looked for a hallmark right on the tongue, and sure enough, it had French Navette maker's mark and also had the French gold mark. So that corroborated that this, in fact, was French and retailed by Boucheron. The other thing that was curious to me is that you can see this tarnishing. I mean, most people think gold doesn't really tarnish. Where did you keep this?
In a safe.
I knew it.
Really?
When jewelry is locked up in a safe, closed up with possibly coins and other metals, it tarnishes. Now, because this is so rare by a French maker, because it's in the box, and the condition is actually very good. It's got one little dent. In the market today, I'm going to say $20,000 to $30,000.
Ah.
My husband's people came across the Oregon Trail in 1852.
My, that's early for the Oregon Trail.
Yes. They had a land claim in Gresham, Oregon.
Right.
And there is a road named for the family, which is Jenny Road. And these items that you see before you are remedies for various ailments.
All of these, yeah.
All of those. There are 16 double pages. They were held together with a piece of string, but they started to fall apart, so I put them in folders. This actually is a pair of sunglasses. One of them's missing, but that's a dark lens there.
Yes.
And then this was like the pince-nez, and this also. Now these are buttonhole scissors.
Right.
And this is a curling iron. You would put that down in a oil lamp to heat.
Yes.
And when it got good and hot, you'd
curl your hair.
Curl your hair.
On the trail.
And you can see that it's kind of burned.
Sure. From constant use.
From constant use, yes.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about the picture here?
All right, that's the family of the Jennies, and the lady in the middle, the elderly lady.
This lady.
She is a Jenny. She was my husband's grandmother.
Well, an awful lot of settlement was done by sea around the long voyage of Cape Horn up through the northwest. And then a further number came by rail later on, but 1840 and 50 overland is very early.
They came in a covered wagon.
In the covered wagon in early 1850s. Anything up to 1860 in Oregon is very, very early.
They came to the Dalles, and when they got to the Dalles, they got on a raft, and they floated down the Columbia River to the mouth of the Sandy River.
Yes.
And then they went up the Sandy River to get to their land claim.
And could you tell us a little bit about the individual remedies here?
One of them that I thought was especially funny was if you are bald-headed, you take the twist on grapevine and you rub it on your head, and that makes your hair grow back.
Do you think it worked?
If you believe that, you'll believe anything. Another thing that I thought was rather funny, if you have a stomach ache, you take your finest china, cup, or saucer, you grind it up, and you mix it with honey, and you swallow it.
You swallow ground clay, in fact.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And that gets rid of your stomach ache.
Well, it'll probably be like kaolin. It'll probably solidify.
Yes.
That's right. These two caps, our textiles department here has informed me that these are, in fact, what are known as bodice caps, and that these examples are not of 1850s, but are of later origin.
Okay.
They're probably 20s or 30s, and we're thinking around $30 a piece for these. However, an archive like this, considering its rarity and survival coming across the plains in this way, being wrapped up with string and the general problems of conserving it over all these years, and you've done a good job in your tenure of it, I would think that an archive like this would probably be worth in the region of around $5,000.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
You're interested in writing a book on garage sales?
Yeah, because they're so much fun. I go almost every week, and there's a new experience every week, and all my friends laugh at me, and my family laughs at me, but I have the best time, and this is a result of a garage sale.
So you bought this at a garage sale how long ago?
Probably 6 or 8 years ago.
How much did you pay for it?
Somewhere between $1 and $5. That's usually my limit.
It's hard to go wrong at that level. This is a piece of art pottery, but what's different about this from most art pottery is that instead of being overglazed earthenware, this is a piece of salt glazed stoneware, and most art pottery was not. That's almost an archaic technique that by the time the art pottery period was happening around the turn of the century, they weren't using it anymore in America. So this is a piece of salt glazed stoneware. It's actually signed underneath. It's got an SF, which is for Susan Frackleton, who's a very famous China painter who became an art potter as well and a teacher. She wrote books. She was really quite well known. And not much of her art pottery exists. For the most part, when you find Susan Frackleton's ware, it's underglazed painted porcelain, which was a precursor to the art pottery movement. What I really like about this piece is, in addition to the fact that it's a piece of decorated salt glazed stoneware, if you look, it's a 360-degree design of a lake scene with sailboats in the background of the lake.
I didn't even notice that.
And the view is between these really tall pine trees. It's a really classic arts and crafts lake scene, which is something that is unheard of for her. I've seen a number of her pieces, usually florals when you see them. Maybe there's one or two scenics out there, but a lake scene with tall pine trees, it's really pretty cool. So I'm going to be a little conservative on this one. I think in terms of auction estimate, if I had this in one of my sales, the estimate would be between $13,000 and $17,000. Yeah. I had a piece, I'm not kidding, I had a piece a few years back, and it was pretty. It had a couple chips on the top, and it had flowers. It was very nicely decorated, no bigger than this, and the estimate was $4,000 to $6,000, and it brought $21,000. It's a record for Frackleton. This is a better pot, but again, to be conservative, I think $13,000 to $17,000 is reasonable. So this is a great flea market or garage sale find.
Did it have a thing? Do you think
It looks to me like it was maybe a condiment jar of some sort, like a vinegar jar, and maybe had a silver lid at one point. But a good gourd-shaped vase. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, tell me, what do you know about these figurines, Zach?
Well, I know that they're my great-grandparents, and then they gave it to my grandma Bunny, then they gave it to my dad, and that's where we ended up.
Great. Which is your favorite one?
It's actually Winter.
Winter. Okay. Well, you can see there's 3 of them, but there should be 4 of them.
Yes.
All right? Because you got summer and autumn and winter. So one's missing. What's missing?
It is spring.
Spring.
Every time I go look at them, they look sad because spring's missing.
Oh. Well, I'd say winter looks the saddest. She's got that robe over her head because she's cold, because it's winter. But these are old figures. They came from England originally. Yeah, and we know that because all of them have got marks on it. I'm going to show the mark to everybody. We see these figures sometimes, but we don't see them very often with a mark. See right here?
Yeah.
It says Dixon, Austin and Company. Now, that's a mark that was put on when these were made in about 1820. Dixon, Austin and Company worked in England in a town called Sunderland, which is in the northeast of England. Only from about 1820 to about 1826. They worked at a place called the Garrison Pottery. And this kind of pinkish color that the robes of the figurines have, we call that Sunderland luster, because Sunderland is the town that made this luster kind of famous. And we don't see a great deal of Sunderland luster of this age in this country. These are nice early ones, especially figurines. And these are in pretty good condition. Some of them have a little damage, right? Have you seen any damage on any of them?
I've seen one on this one, the cracks and the chip, and there's one on the bottom of this.
Yeah, little chips. But, you know, these were made in 1820. That's pretty old. So, considering that, they've survived pretty well. You'd expect them to have a little bit of chips here and there, a little bit of restoration. Now, a set of 3 figures in this condition, without the 4th, marked by the maker, and early, they're going to have some value. I talked about it with some of my colleagues here at Antiques Roadshow. We figure today, if they come up at a good auction, they probably sell for at least $1,500.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Maybe $2,000. But now, if you found spring, so you'd have a set of 4. So I figured what you should do is go looking for spring.
That's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to call my great aunt to see if she has it. We think she has it, so.
All right, so it may still be somewhere in the family. Well, try and track it down, okay? Because if you can find spring, it's going to be worth more money. The set could be worth as much as maybe $3,000 if you've got spring, because that's going to complete the set. So you got to go looking.
We will. Is this the part on it? Then they have the thing and it zoops by.
Yeah.
This is a miniature portrait of Samuel Osgood.
Right.
He was my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, first Postmaster General of the United States under Washington.
That's great. Now, and how did you know that?
Just what family has told me and documentation that is in the little folder here.
These little
Right.
slips, they tell you exactly who it is.
Right.
Well, it's actually a watercolor on a very thin sliver of ivory. And that's how portrait miniatures were done. This took the place of your photo in the wallet. You know, a miniature would be something you could take with you of your relative, your loved one. And another thing that they did to personalize it, on the back,
they would put a lock of your loved one's hair. The hair is braided in quarters. Sometimes there'd also be a little bit of powder on the wigs. You can see this hair is very brown, but when you turn it around, we can see that this brown hair is actually very gray. It's not that he was gray, but this was the powder in his hair. They would powder their hair much like they would powder a wig. So that's why he has that white hair. But it's a very personal memento. Do you have any idea of who did it?
I don't.
Okay. Well, one of the things you may want to do at some point is take it to a jeweler, and they can pry that open, the gold rim around there, and take a look at the back and the sign that might tell you who the artist might be. This is a very important piece of American history. Osgood is the first Postmaster General to George Washington. He's a member of the Continental Congress, and he led a regiment of militiamen at Lexington and Concord. So he has a very long history through the Revolution and into the succeeding administration. He then moved on to New York and became a member of the State Assembly and supervised the internal revenue for the District of New York. So he's a very important fellow. Have you had it appraised at all? Have you had any insured or anything like that?
Just been in a safe deposit box.
You know, that's a good place for it, yeah, because I would say without any artist, just because this is Samuel Osgood, we have absolute provenance, and it's your history, we know who it is. I would say this would be worth about $10,000 to $15,000.
Really?
Now, if you identify the painter of this as an important early American miniaturist, it could be much as $5,000 or $10,000 more, maybe $15,000 to $20,000.
Wow, that's wonderful.
It's called the Bonaparte. At least that's what it was always called in the family.
Okay.
And it belonged to my father. He bought it at auction in 1920, and it was always in our living room when I was growing up. It was supposed to have been purchased at auction in Bordentown, New Jersey, at the Point Breeze estate of Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's older brother.
Okay.
But to have belonged to Charles Lucien Bonaparte, Napoleon's next younger brother, Lucien's son.
I think it's wonderful the way we see pieces of furniture as they move through history, they accumulate this sort of mythology that's attached to them. And the trick is proving that sort of association.
That's right.
And a lot of times it's not true, but sometimes it is true. So I think the best way to look at this is to see how the piece fits into that.
Yes.
So Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother, as you say, you know, he was king of Spain, and after Waterloo, he moves to New Jersey. They actually have to pass a law in New Jersey allowing him to own property as an alien, and it gives New Jersey the nickname of New Spain in America, briefly. Joseph Bonaparte was famous for a very, very lavish sort of entertaining at his house, Point Breeze, which looked over the Delaware. He brought with him a lot of Napoleon's war loot that he had taken out of the great houses and the royalty of Spain. After Joseph Bonaparte died, 1845 and 1847, there's these big auctions and inventories of what was at Point Breeze. There are Rubens and Titians and really world-class old masters, and some of the great European works of art had traveled across the water and landed at this beautiful house in Bordentown, New Jersey. So the known pieces tend to be very formal, French or European made, much more sort of urban and ornate than this piece. What's interesting, though, is that in overall design, this does relate to French and German designs of the 1820s and 30s. The tiger maple wood and the fall front desk, sometimes called a secrétaire habitant, fits into the Biedermeier traditions of the 1820s and 30s. So the piece itself has some relation to that, but it's much more austere. I don't see much to support the fact that it was ever at Point Breeze. It's possible, but it doesn't really fit into what we know about the house. There are a few other clues here. I'll fold down this writing door. Did you ever notice that there was remnants of a label on the back of the piece?
Well, it's gone.
It is gone, and it's tantalizing. We just see the corners of what was probably a maker's label. I couldn't make much out of that. I found another bit of writing on here. In the lower compartment, up under here, I crawled up under there, and in blue crayon, it has a name, and it says Doylestown, PA.
So I think this piece was made in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. The maker's name is there. It says John, and he just didn't leave enough for us to figure out that last name. But it tracks it down pretty specifically. It's 1820 or 30, probably. When this piece was made, it probably had another row of drawers in between these two cases. And I can tell that by the construction.
Oh, really?
So that it alters its value a little bit, but it's a beautiful piece, and collectors really love the tiger maple. I think at auction, it's probably worth about $5,000 to $7,000. Pass it down to the kids and pass it with the story of the Bonaparte, and I think it's really wonderful. Thanks for bringing it in.
Okay, well, it was a mystery, and we thought we'd either have it confirmed or debunked. And,
well, it's been great to spend some time with it and try to figure it out.
Okay.
My uncle was in the Navy on the island of Oahu during the Pearl Harbor invasion, and how he came to acquire it, I'm not exactly sure.
Was he a radio person?
He was a radio person in the communications department with the Navy at this Oahu station. Probably in the aftermath of the invasion, he probably just took it with him.
Put this in a folder and came home with it?
Yes.
Well, it's pretty remarkable. This document is basically the radio transcript of the unfolding of the invasion of Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. And I've seen a lot of World War II documents relating to Pearl Harbor, but mostly, you know, individual teletypes from different station or specific battleships, just basically saying Pearl Harbor is under attack. So to have the complete radio transcript from Hawaii, from Oahu, from the base where it was actually happening, is amazing. Here we have 6 unidentified ships off the coast, and there's planes approaching. Unidentified destroyer approaching the beach. And then you go on, we can read, air raid on Pearl Harbor. This is not a drill. And then it just goes on and details really the entire invasion as it was happening. So it's like a real-time description. The radio operator would be getting this information live, you know, via Morse code, and then transcribing that, and it would be typed up and then sent out to, you know, all necessary parties through all the destroyers and battleships throughout the area. Unidentified destroyer approaching the beach. Enemy parachute troops will be wearing blue denim. I mean, it's just descriptive detail that you don't see. So really, this was like the epicenter of a day, as Roosevelt would say, lived in infamy in our history. So it's a family piece, so you inherited it. You didn't actually purchase it.
Right.
You know, conservatively at auction, I would put an estimate of value around $4,000 to $6,000. But it has tremendous upside potential because it's so complete. Was this the original folder that you got it in?
It is, yes.
It probably wasn't, you know, the actual folder that he had it in. These would have been coming off tear sheets. So you might want to think about doing a little bit of conservation.
Okay.
You've got some tears here. You know, this metal is not the best material to be in contact with it. I would consider separating it out, having the sheets flattened, and putting them in archival sleeves.
Okay.
It's a fantastic piece, and I've never seen one so complete, and I'm excited that you brought it on today.
Yeah, it's been fun.
It was owned by my grandfather, and he was in the Army, and I think that he purchased it when he was posted in Arizona around 1920. And it's been in my family ever since.
And do you know who the artist is?
Yes, it's Joseph Henry Sharp.
And do you know anything about Mr. Sharp?
I've done a little research, but not that much. I mean, he was a painter around the turn of the century, painted a lot of Western art, founded the Taos colony around that time, was one of the founders of it. But that's all I know.
Actually, Sharp was known as the father of the Taos art colony. And while there were many individuals there who painted Native Americans, he probably was the one who did it with the most fidelity, the most sensitivity to portray people as they truly were rather than overly romanticizing them.
Yes.
He was actually born in Ohio and was trained in Europe and worked in a number of different areas before he ended up permanently in New Mexico. He painted the Plains Indians and was very well known for doing that, but as well as painting them, he befriended them and he collected their artifacts and really devoted his life to trying to capture what he saw as their vanishing civilization. As these pictures have become more well-known, they've become much more collectible, and the Taos school painters have become very, very sought after in the American art market. If you give me a hand, there's some kind of interesting inscriptions on the back. You can see that right here it says rabbit tail. And I have a feeling that's the name of this brave.
Right.
And then it just says Shoshone
right.
below. What's written above I can't interpret, and I suspect it's in a language that we don't understand. As a quick aside, before we put it back, I would do something about the string. And it has this kind of marvelous frame, too, that really complements the picture and is exactly the sort of thing you'd like to see on there. So we want to take good care of that, too. In terms of dating the picture, I personally would feel I would need to do a little bit of research before I could say with any certainty, because he did work in this genre for a long period of time. But, you know, I would think it probably is sometime between 1900 and 1920.
Yeah.
Now, have you ever had it appraised?
No.
Have you checked on the market for this material at all?
I don't even know how to do that.
Can you give me a guess as to what you think it's worth?
Thousands.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I think if this picture were to come up at auction today, you'd see it estimated perhaps at between 80 to 120,000.
That's a lot of thousands.
I think if you're going to insure it, you should be thinking of at least 150,000.
Wow. That's fantastic.
Is that the number of thousands you were thinking about?
That's more than the number of thousands.
Well, it's a burgeoning market, and it's because of the appreciation for both this kind of picture and Sharp's particular talent. They're rare. I mean, look how beautiful it is.
I know, it is a gorgeous picture. I was thinking closer to 10, 15, maybe.
You're watching Antiques Roadshow from Portland, Oregon. In a minute, more Roadshow, so stick around.
Now, the people who make Antiques Roadshow possible.
Did you set the late 20th century Taiwanese-made digital waking device with LED display? Night.
At Liberty Mutual, we know all your possessions are valuable.
Lunesta is proud to sponsor Antiques Roadshow on PBS, where people all over America bring in their long-hidden family treasures, and experts help reveal our treasured past.
The 2007 Subaru Forester. With road-gripping all-wheel drive standard, it helps make it safe to move all of your family heirlooms. Subaru, a proud sponsor of Antiques Roadshow.
And by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
And now, let's hear what some Roadshow fans have to say.
Mom, it's not worth $1 anymore. You'll be happy.
We brought prints. We brought our grandmother's gold cross. And the cookie cutters are worth more than anything else. $150 for 3 of them.
We made it, Dad. Thanks for the lamp. It's worth $500. We're taking it on home.
This is a cup. It's my great-grandma's. And we thought it was going to be the cheapest thing. It's actually the most expensive.
We had a wonderful time. Our parents collect Indian things, and we brought this thinking we had a Indian fish hook. We find out it's a Fiji Island cannibal brain pick. Now it's much more interesting.
The good news is my 3-foot statue was valued at $2,000. The bad news is it tipped over, and now I only have the head.
And this is Darwin. Darwin doesn't eat very much. As you can see, Darwin's pretty thin, but everybody in line loved him. The appraiser was very diplomatic and said it was worth more than we paid, and we paid $20.
So going back on the coffee table now.
And this is Pinocchio that we adore. However, the appraiser said it was a very nice lump of clay.
I'm Lara Spencer. Thanks so much for joining us. See you next time on Antiques Roadshow.
We
While I was growing up, I always wanted to be an American. I didn't really quite know what that meant. I grew up in the Portland, Oregon area in a Caucasian community. I felt always a little different because I looked a little different. When I saw the Civil War series on PBS, the realization of what it is to be an American crystallized in my mind, and it has nothing to do with how you look. I suddenly realized that I always was an American.
Next time, the history detectives go behind the scenes. What made this cameraman's shot so deadly?
Looks like Mr. Pryor got himself in a little bit of trouble after his film.
Was this autograph book a sign of a famous singer's true colors?
These are presidents of the United States.
Yes.
And was this robe a cover for a religious radical?
He becomes like a symbolic hero for the German Americans.
Uncover the clues next time on History Detectives.
Coming soon on PBS.
I really do feel excited about the Olympics. I want to compete, I want to knock them dead, and I want to bring home a gold medal.
For days, you eat, you live, you breathe your hair.
3, 2, 1, and go.
It's mainly having the love. I think that plays an important factor, is having the love of being able to do it.
Coming soon on PBS.
On Nova Science Now, twins.
Genetically identical.
One gets a dread disease while the other one doesn't.
I am a high risk for cancer. Damocles sword hangs over me.
What you eat can affect your future generations.
This has profound implications for our health.
Next time on Nova Science Now.
Coming soon on PBS.
Next, on the This Old House Hour, we visit the new Yankee workshop where Norm builds our banquette.
It'll be a panel system along the bottom with seats and a backrest. I wanted to install an angled backrest.
A very simple drawing, not much to go off of.
And we're off to the races at our project house with Tommy trimming out a window.
Let me show you a few things about the existing trim I don't like.
And on Ask This Old House,
this isn't juniper, this is juniper gone wild.
Roger goes that extra mile out in Denver with an overgrown juniper.
Here you go. Little snagged. But look at what we got done so far.
Stay tuned. That's coming up next.
Anderson Windows is proud to sponsor This Old House.
No matter what the dream, GMC is proud to support This Old House in making it come true. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, Dad, can I help?
Not right now, Jake. This is a grown-up job. Hey, buddy. Want to hold the flashlight for me?
The Home Depot is proud to support this old house.
More than 40 million people who care for their cars and homes choose State Farm for their insurance. State Farm, a proud supporter of this old house.
Good morning, I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House. Well, we've only got a few more weeks left in the project, and I didn't want to miss the chance to come visit one of the local landmarks here in East Boston. This is Suffolk Downs. It is the only horse track in Massachusetts, and the locals tell me that if you grew up here in Eastie, you probably spent some of your childhood watching the ponies. Well, they're running 8 races today, and it's just a few minutes to post. And the real action starts right here, about 5 minutes before post, when you step up to one of the over 100 betting windows. And when you get to this point, you better know what you're doing, because there's a lot of terminology. Win, play, show, box, trifecta, and you got to be certain that your horse hasn't scratched from the race. And I think someone actually scratched in the first race. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, no scratches.
Excuse me.
No.
Hey, excuse me.
No, nobody's up.
Hey, I know you.
Hey, how are you?
Richard, what are you doing here?
I needed to pick some stuff up. Tommy wanted me to bet on Lumber Girl in the 3rd.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, is that a good one?
Yeah, it's the number 4 horse.
Oh, hey, I'm down for that.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so what do we do?
I want 10 on number 3, please.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. That's my lucky one.
Could I get 10 on number 7? Thank you.
So, Kevin, they got 9 races a day. First one goes off in a few minutes, 12:45. Last one's about 4 o'clock.
So we'll see you around 4:30?
Yeah, about that. You know, it's a relaxing day. They generally have 7 to 12 horses in each race. You know, and what they do first is they present them here in the paddock. They walk them around. You get to see which one you like.
So you got one you like?
Well, you know what? I'm liking this number 3. It's a big, sweaty horse. I like its coloring. I like the name, too. Excuse my thunder.
Really, huh? Well, what do you think of number 7? Keep it in line.
I like its ankles being taped like that. It's a good look. All right, so they're just going into the gates here, Kevin. That means you got like 2 minutes to change your bet. You want to change it?
Are you trying to talk me out of my horse?
Yeah.
I pick a horse, I stick with my
3
horse.
is the winner. 3 is the winner.
7, unless, of course, he loses.
Look, excuse my thunder all the way.
There we go. Come on, excuse my thunder. Let's go, baby. Get out of my way. Number 7 on the outside. Look at him move.
Oh, 7's a loser. No way.
Oh, look at him come around. Number 7.
No, come on. 3.
Number 7, let's go. Keep it low.
You're going to scare my horse. You're going to scare my horse.
Look at him. He's kicking your horse.
I don't even see mine. I need my glasses. Oh, wait a minute. I got my glasses.
That's your glasses.
I got the wrong
Come
hand.
on, number 7.
Come on.
Come on, number 7.
Is that 7?
Let's go.
Is that 7?
Come on, number 7. Let's go.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Oh, man.
Number 7.
I analyzed this thing.
You may recall about 6 months ago when we first came to this site that it was bordered by a pretty sorry-looking privet. We also had a lawn that had seen better days and some overgrown shrubs all along the foundation. Well, all of that was condemned by our landscape architect, Stephanie Hubbard. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hi, good morning.
So we didn't really have anything on this site to speak of in landscaping terms, except for the ivy that was all over the building.
Yeah, the ivy was probably the most impressive part of the landscape when we came here.
But we had to take that down.
We had to
fix
take
the
it
stucco.
down, absolutely.
All right, so where do we stand today?
Well, if you remember when last time we met, we talked about the master plan, and a part of the plan was to have a low spirea hedge, a little princess spirea hedge, nice and dense to hold this edge right here.
Okay.
Since then, Chris and Liz, the homeowners, really decided they want the quintessential white picket fence. So not my first choice. I'm not crazy about it, but they're the homeowners, so we're going to give that to them and make it work with what we have.
So how do we make it work with this site?
Well, 2 things. One is to pick up on some of the materials and the proportions of materials on the handrails. And second, keep it low. Keep it nice and low, about 30 inches, so it's friendly and welcoming.
Not imposing. Great. So when does that go in?
That goes in next week, but let me show you, we have some work going on out back. Kevin, our backyard is right up against the neighbor's garage. So what we've done is we've kept this privet to help screen it.
Okay, but we've got a lot of the back of the garage over here.
Exactly. If you can remember, look at this red that we had originally. This is the original color, and what we've done is painting it this beautiful, rich, warm gray. It helps brighten up the space and really make it more welcoming.
Okay. Looks like you've got some trellises in store for us.
Yep, and if you remember from the master plan, we're going to have these trellises mounted on the garage, pretty much right like that.
And this is to receive some sort of flower?
Exactly. We have 2 vines on it. We have a climbing hydrangea, which flowers in June and July, and then we have a sweet autumn clematis, which blooms in September. They're both white flowering. They can be very bright and help brighten up the space.
And soften the space, too. That's great.
Exactly, exactly. And then on this edge, against the neighbor's, this property line, we're going to have 3 small flowering dwarf crab apples. They're white flowering. They smell fantastic. They flower in May, and they have great 4-season interest. You'll see next week they have some beautiful red berries.
All right, well, I look forward to it. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, thanks so much.
The exterior window trim is aluminum. Well, actually, it is aluminum formed around the original wood trim. And this trim was put in 20 years ago when the Airport Authority put in new windows. This was part of the project to mitigate the sound from the runway, which is just a couple hundred yards from here. Well, 20 years later, the window trim is starting to look a little bit tired, and Tommy has got a plan for it. So what is the plan, Tom?
Well, first of all, Kevin, let me show you a few things about the existing trim that I don't like. Let's start right up here on the top left-hand corner. Look at this miter. It's open. You can see the trim behind it. Look at the old vines. They're still stuck on the aluminum. I mean, we could sand it, scrape it, paint it, prime it, all that, but it's a lot of work.
Okay.
Now, this is a detail that I don't like either. Look at the way that they took the trim and they covered the flange of the storm window.
Oh, yeah.
I like to see it go right about there.
So what's the plan?
I'm going to show you how to fabricate some new trim. Now, if it was up to me, I would remove all of the aluminum trim and restore the wood trim. But there's just no money in the budget for it. So what we're going to use is this aluminum coil stock. Comes in a box. This is 12 inches, and it's painted white.
Okay.
All right. Now, what I want to do is I want to fabricate the new trim using this brake.
A brake is simply a device we use to bend metal?
Exactly. And this is the profile that I'm looking for. Now, let me show you. First thing I want to do is I want to take this 12-inch piece and slice it so I can get the left and the right side of the window trim out of it.
So this is 12 inches wide and cut to the right length of the left and right side?
It's 71 inches long. It's a little bit longer than I need. So put it on that mark right there.
Reference line up to the edge.
And I'm going to find my mark down this end.
Okay.
Now I want to lock it in. What I'm going to use is this cutter right here that rides on this railing. All right? Now watch, I'm going to slice it.
Now that is great. Nice clean cut, huh?
Now this is one side. And this is our other side.
So we just split it in half.
Right, so slide that one right under here. Slide it right in there like that.
All right.
Now bring it out. I want to bring this edge. See this edge right here? I want to bring it in so it's just about 1/8 of an inch over.
Okay.
All right, now this first bend will be at a 90 degree, and that's the outside edge of our molding.
Okay.
Now I simply take the brake and I bend it up so that the handles are level.
So you're just eyeballing this?
Eyeball it. Now I have a 90-degree angle.
Oh, that surprises me. I would have figured there'd be some sort of way to calibrate this.
No, now I'm going to slide it out, again making it flush on the edge, because I want to make this edge right here the face of the band molding that runs around the window. Now I lock it in. Now this one, watch, I'm only going to bring it up a little. That gets me about a 30 or 35, 40-degree angle, all right? Bring it up just a little more. Okay, now I've made our first bend. So now what I want to do is I want to drop this into the brake.
It's actually quite remarkable that you do all of this sort of just by eye.
Well, now I'm going to start measuring. I need this measurement right here from this corner to the flat part of the trim is 2 3/8 of an inch, okay? So I'm going to mark 2 3/8.
Going from the same reference point.
Right. I'll do the same thing down the other end. I'm going to put it into the brake.
All right, I
put
got
that
this
right on the mark.
up here, yeah.
Okay, now the next thing I want to do is lock it in. And I'm going to bend this one again at around a 40, 45-degree angle. All right.
Now this one here is a little wider.
Right, and I could simply trim this edge off, but this is really flimsy. I want to stiffen it up.
And you're going to do that by folding it back on itself?
That's called a double fold. So now I want to measure for that, and I know that's 4.5, but again, I want to take it from the same point of the trim. So I mark 4.5 here, and 4.5 down here.
Okay, I got this edge lined up right here, Tommy.
All right, now I want to lock my brake. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it over as far as I can. Okay, now I have to take it out, slide it back into the brake to crimp that bend.
Pushing that down so that you've really doubled up the material here.
There you go, you get a nice stiff edge.
And a perfect match to the original profile. Great. What's next?
All I have to do is put a bead of caulking across the top, nail them up, and a couple of miters, we're in business.
All right, Tommy, thanks. The second floor kitchen has the luxury of a pantry. Now, it's a room that's always been here, but I don't think it was ever fully utilized. There used to be an old refrigerator jammed into this corner, and there was even a wash machine underneath this window with a hose coming out here to a kitchen sink. Those appliances have been removed, and we have now plenty of space for storage. And we've even covered the walls and the ceiling in this beadboard. In the interim, the pantry is being used as a storage spot for the trim. If you recall, Tommy actually had a knife made up so that he could mill an exact replica of the trim that was here in the house. It's being stored here, and then we are applying it to windows and doors as necessary, and eventually this will get a coat of paint, and that's going to be a great look. We've also continued the beadboard out here in the kitchen on the lower half of the wall, and it has got a chair rail here for the cap, and this is just one way that we're going to accomplish that cottagey feel up here. The other way is with the color choice on the wall. And that is a decision that has obviously already been made, Chris.
It has been, Kevin. It's called Sandpiper, and I love it. We thought with all the white beadboard going around the room, that would be much better to have something to tone it down. It feels like it has a little sandy effect, too.
All right. Well, while you are rolling it on the walls, our painting contractor, Buzz, is actually cutting in the corners. And, Buzz, I know it's not easy for you to work around all the other trades that are running around this house, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, no, it's not that easy, Kevin. Normally, we would do a lot of spray painting, you know, spraying on the primers, finish coat on ceilings, and probably a first finish coat on walls, and then letting the other contractors do their thing.
Right. Instead, you've been relegated to rollers and paintbrushes, so thank you for that. And let's talk about this ceiling color, Chris, because you're telling me it's not really white, is it?
No, you can't really see it with the light bulb, but it's called blue topaz, and it just gives a feeling of the water.
Okay, so more of that beach theme for you.
Yeah, I love it. And the great thing is that we're starting in the corner here, where Norm has promised me a banquette.
Yeah, well, I have good news to report. I was at the New Yankee Workshop just a few days ago, and Norm has already started work on the piece of furniture. Good morning, Norm.
Hey, Kevin.
Well, I can see what's been keeping you busy.
Yeah, I've been busy on a few New Yankee Workshop projects.
What have you worked on here?
Well, this piece was inspired by an antique that we found at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. It was actually, the antique was built in Taunton, Massachusetts in 1727. It's a chest with a drawer. Even though it looks like there are three, only one of them operates.
How about the decorative paint on the front here? Is this your work?
No, it's not my work. You might remember Natalie Gardner, the decorative artist. She did all the decorative painting.
That's right. She helped us out on one of my favorite projects, the Carlisle House.
Right.
Great.
And this is a candle stand from Martha Washington's bedroom at Mount Vernon.
Wow.
It tilts and it spins.
That's great. And what species of wood up here?
This is cherry, figured cherry. See all the nice figure in it, these little bird's eyes in it? Really nice piece of wood.
So a piece from Martha Washington's house from a cut-down cherry tree.
No, wait a minute. It was a historic tree that was felled in a storm.
All right. So this is not a piece I'd expect to see in the New Yankee Workshop.
No, we call this a piece of cowboy furniture. And there was a woodworker out west named Thomas Molesworth, and he was famous for building these pieces in the early 20s. So what do you think this image is right here?
You got me.
It's a teepee.
Oh, yeah, all right, I can see that.
Right,
absolutely.
He would take a piece of wood and route out the background so that the image would stick out.
Yeah, absolutely, some nice scroll work.
Right, and these are actually different prints from animals. This is an eagle, this is a bear, and how you like these? Elk antler hardware.
Oh, that's great. Well, I can see why you call it cowboy furniture. Well, what about our piece?
Well, it's coming along. As you know, there was no formal plan made for this piece, this banquette. Kathy Marshall, our kitchen designer, and I sat down and we just sketched something out. This would be the back door coming into Chris's apartment. Wainscoting on the walls.
Yep.
There's a window here, and we will block a little bit of that, but they'll still have light from the window.
And then a bench to sit on.
Right, this will be permanently set in place. It'll be a panel system along the bottom with seats and a backrest. I wanted to install a angled backrest.
And a very simple drawing. That's all you need to get started.
That's all I need. I took a few measurements at the site. I've cut up some pieces for one of the front panels, and this is one of the end panels.
So what are we using here? Is this poplar?
It's poplar because we're going to paint it.
All right.
Now, when I cut these pieces, wherever I'm going to meet the wall with the panel, I made the piece a 1/2 inch wider so I can scribe it to the wall.
Oh, so we get that real nice, tight, built-in look.
Right.
How about the floors? Because I know those aren't that level.
When the panels are assembled, they'll be a 1/2 inch taller than I need so I can scribe it to the irregularity of the floor.
Okay.
Now, in the middle, there'll be a panel, just a flat panel, very simple.
Will that float?
Right, that's going to float in a groove like this. Now, this groove will also come in handy to join the rails to the stiles. I'm going to connect the pieces with a tenon cut on the rail, and that'll fit into the groove on the stile. Nice, tight joint.
So you've got the stock cut.
Stock is cut. We're ready to make some grooves. Now, Kevin, to make the groove, I've set up my dado for 1/4 inch width and 1/2 inch height. I've installed this featherboard to keep the stock tightly against the fence as I run it through. Now, the trick here is to make the groove centered. By measurement, I've set the fence to what should be about the center. However, to make sure it's perfectly centered, I'll run the piece through on this side, turn it around, and then run it through on this side, and that'll perfectly center that groove.
But doesn't it give you a dado bigger than a 1/4 inch?
It may, but I fit the tenons to the groove.
All right.
With all the grooves cut in the rails and stiles of all 4 panels, I'm now ready to start working on the tenons. Now, I've done a couple test pieces, so I have a tenon formed. It goes into that groove. Now, over at the table saw, I've changed the setup a bit. I've gone to a wider dado, and I've lowered it so the tenon will be just the right thickness. Now, how I push the piece through is important. First, I put it up against my miter gauge, because that's what's going to guide it through the dado. Then I have this stop block, which is actually going to control the length of the tenon. With 2 passes, I could form the tenon. All right, Kevin. I always like to check these tenons. Sometimes they might be a little too snug, and rather than change the dado setup, I just take a rabbiting plane. This is known as a rabbiting plane. Just make a couple thin passes over it, and get it until it's just right. You want to finish tuning those up?
You got it.
Go do it. Now for the panels, I'm using 1/2 inch plywood, but the grooves I cut are only a 1/4 inch wide. So I'm going to rabbet out the back side of the plywood so that it'll slip into that groove.
Why not just use a piece of 1/4 inch plywood and save the step?
Just too flimsy. Well, now, Kevin, we finally get to glue some of these pieces permanently together. A little bit of glue on the tenon, and I also put glue in the groove at each location. We'll put them all together and throw on a couple clamps.
No glue on these center panels.
That's right. No glue on the panel. I want those to float.
Okay, so the door goes right here. This is the return coming off that wall, and then we've got the left front right here.
Right, and this would be the outside wall, and the window would be right about here. And the panel that we just glued up will be the one that returns back to the wainscoting that'll be on the side wall.
Okay, and then what about the top here for the bench?
That'll be a piece of 3/4-inch plywood, and I'll cut a couple hatches into it so they'll be able to use the area underneath for storage. Now the backrest will be made using the same techniques I used to make these panels. But I only can do so much here in the shop. I'll make this so it'll be easy to break down and bring in pieces over to the job site and do all the final fitting over there.
All right, well, it's already starting to look good.
Thanks.
I hear it's good news from you, Richard. The rough-in's complete?
Absolutely. Ronnie and the boys have been very busy. They have completely replumbed all the water piping through the whole building. Starts right here. Cold water comes in from the street through a water meter. Goes through a little bit of copper piping here, but then you'll notice that we transition to this large blue pipe, and that's cross-linked polyethylene, also known as PEX.
Something you use very often to deliver radiant heat to a house. Now you're using it to deliver domestic water.
That's right. So it's all color-coded. The large blue means we're carrying cold water across the ceiling, and we drop down here to a manifold. Now think of the analogy of an electrician. He runs all of his wires to a circuit panel board. Instead of circuit breakers, what we have is shut-off valves right here. So every individual faucet or fixture has a control point down here.
Got it.
We also run, instead of wire, we run piping to each one of those fixtures.
So this is something an electrician would call a home run, a straight shot from supply to the fixture.
Right, and in our case, we're going to run this without any fixed fittings inside the wall.
Oh, that's great.
Now, there's a cold water feed right here with a manifold. Just below it, you'll notice the red pipes come in. So here's the supply, and it comes to here, and it feeds the first floor. But you notice this is a break. We have two separate manifolds, one for the first floor and one for the second floor.
Why two for hot and one manifold for cold?
Well, there's a cost associated with heating of that hot water.
Okay.
So you have two separate water heaters. We want the tenants to pay their bill.
Now, in terms of cost, where do we stand in the difference between PEX and copper?
PEX has always been a dramatic labor-saving story. You can really get it done pretty quick.
It's a lot easier to pull these than it is to sweat copper pipes.
That's right. And what happened this year is the cost of copper worldwide took a huge jump, so it makes it even more attractive to use PEX.
Great. And now we have got service going to every fixture in the house.
All the way to the third floor. A lot of progress up here, Kevin, on the third floor.
Yeah, a lot of progress, and I love found space.
A little bit of a difference.
Yeah, used to be unfinished attic, and now we've got two finished rooms. One of them is a bathroom, and here's what I like about this. We actually raised the floor up so that we could put the plumbing here and not dig into the structure, and we were able to save a lot of money doing that.
They did not want me to drill through those joists.
For once. Just outside of that, we put down a brand new hardwood floor. This is fir, and it matched the original floor downstairs. It is a good look. Although maybe a questionable choice given what's going out here?
Well, not really. We're going to have a laundry here. There's going to be a countertop right here, a front-loading dryer, and wash machine. But to avoid any water getting on the floor, we've installed this, an automatic wash machine shutoff valve. This plugs into the electrical. The electrical for the wash machine plugs in here. Here's your hot and cold hoses to the wash machine. Now, you'll have no water pressure on these hoses unless it feels an electrical current from the wash machine.
So when the wash machine is on?
That's right.
So no nightmare stories that you go away for the weekend, the hoses have burst, and now you've ruined the floor, or in this case, the whole house.
That's right. It is perfect for a wash machine up here on the third floor.
Oh, it's two great rooms. It's actually posh for found space.
Yes.
Hey, Tom, that is a good look. Did you guys put these together?
No, we didn't. A company from New Jersey made these. Look at this. The boxes are made out of MDF. It's a nice, stable product. And the fronts are poplar. They paint up beautifully. This is one for Liz's, and look at, this is Chris's up on the second floor, already painted up.
Well, that is a great look.
Yeah, it's very nice.
All right, so just a couple shows left. What do you got on tap next week?
Oh, let's see. We got some tile going in the bathrooms and some countertops going in.
And outside, we've got new plantings and a new picket fence. So until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
I'm Tom Silva.
Hey, boys, quite a day, Tommy.
Oh, great. I made some
Lumber
money.
Girl came through in the fourth.
Hey, I gave you 20. This is a 10.
Yeah, but it was 1 to 2 odds. You should have given me more.
You are beautiful.
And he's Richard Chathuit.
For this old house.
Hey, did you hear about the 7-horse?
What?
Oh, check this out.
He got so lucky.
You won? I should have given you the money to win.
Not too late?
Oh, no, no.
I'll take it.
Anderson Windows is proud to sponsor this old house.
No matter what the dream, GMC is proud to support this old house in making it come true. GMC, we are professional grade.
Daddy, I'm not a little girl anymore, and I want to paint my room.
You can do that.
There you go. Make sure to wipe it off on the side. You got it.
The Home Depot is proud to support this old house.
More than 40 million people who care for their cars and homes choose State Farm for their insurance. State Farm, a proud supporter of this old house.
Coming up next on Ask This Old House, Richard puts this sink on a pedestal with a new pop-up assembly.
Now, the reason they call it a pop-up assembly is that the stopper goes up and down. Believe it or not, the easiest way for us to change this is to physically remove this entire sink.
This PBS show will return in a moment.
My dad got into business. I really think it was fate. If I'm not mistaken, he was working at a gas station, and a tiler came up to him and asked him if he'd be interested in being a helper. The very first tile job that I was taken to was with my dad. I think I was about 7. Had my cowboy boots on. I'm Joe Ferranti, and I'm a tile contractor. The thing about working with your family, you need a lot of cooperation and understanding. We need to stay focused on a professional level, but be concerned about each other because we're brothers. It's a family, and we're there to look out for one another as well as work with each other. We see each other every day. We talk to each other every day, several times a day. No, those are bad. And in that, things can fall apart. I just find that the most important thing is to stay gelled as a team and look out for each other. But just, how is everything? Good? Cool. How's the job going? Good. Who's next? Working with my dad, he showed you something. He expected you to understand and apply it. You teach yourself. Do a good job. Fine. The praise, it comes. It's not heavy. Why? You're supposed to know it. Do your job. It'll come. He knows that you're doing a good job. I know that he knows that we're doing a good job. If he doesn't say it, it's understood. Sometimes when we're in people's homes, I find myself in a situation where my dad has done the work there prior to my working. Nice feeling, just to keep following that same track. Being of Italian descent, there's a certain romance to the fact that we're in this trade. Much of the material comes from Italy, and people just embrace descent with the product, installation. They just love it.
What do you love about tile?
What most people do, except I make a living at it.
No matter what the dream, GMC is proud to support Ask This Old House in making it come true. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, Dad, can I help?
Not right now, Jake. This is a grown-up job. Hey, buddy. Want to hold the flashlight for me?
The Home Depot is proud to support Ask This Old House.
Funded in part by Bellawood Pre-Finished Hardwood Floors. Available in 23 exotic and domestic species. Bella Wood, proud to support Ask This Old House.
Hey, Roger, what's with the heavy artillery?
I'm off to Denver, Colorado to tackle a job so big, I need every tool in my arsenal.
Including the chainsaw.
Carry on, right?
Oh, you are not getting on that plane.
Watch me.
Hey there, Kenny. Oh, you found the extension cord. Oh, you are the best. Thanks, man. Hey, Tommy, I found your extension cord. Here you go.
This is how you return my extension cord?
Come on, it still works.
You know, later on, I'm going to have to give you a lesson on how to take care of your extension cords.
Hey there, Richard. Good morning.
Hello there.
So what are you up to?
Well, I'm going to see a homeowner today who's been obsessing about his pedestal sink for 3 or 4 years.
Wow. All right, well, we'll check in with you later. But first, let's see what kind of trouble Roger got into in Denver.
Today we're in the Southmore Park neighborhood of Denver, Colorado. Now, this is an established neighborhood, and the thing I love about established neighborhoods is they always have large specimen trees. Take a look at this one on the neighbor's property. That Colorado blue spruce has got to be 35 or 40 feet tall. Well placed off the corner of the house and away from the sidewalk. This is the thing I like. Look at the color of this foliage. Steel blue. It just really stands out in the landscape. Now, when you buy a house here in an established neighborhood, you're not only getting the house, you are getting the landscape. And that can be both good and bad. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Roger Cook from Ask This Old House.
Hey, Roger, I'm Aaron Kelly.
How do you do? Nice
Good.
to meet you this morning.
Nice to meet you, too. This
Hi,
is my wife, Laurel.
Hey, Laurel, how are you?
Good.
It's always exciting to come halfway across the country and find a tree that I grow at home. This is an ash tree.
Yeah, it's a great tree. A lot of shade in the summer, a lot of leaves in October, though. A lot of work.
Oh, quit complaining, will you? Now, who's the gardener?
Well, I planted this over here. We tried to bring some flowers in for all of you since we knew you were coming.
Oh, you did this just for me?
Yeah.
Tried to spruce the place up.
Yeah, bring some color in.
Well, they look like they're doing pretty well.
Yeah. They've only been here a week, so.
Haven't killed them yet.
Now, you sent me an email with pictures, and I just had to see it for myself. The juniper.
Here's
Here
the
it
juniper.
is.
This isn't juniper. This is juniper gone wild.
Yeah.
It's 40 feet long, and it's eating our house. It's attacking our house. So it's, I've tried to trim it back, but it's, you know, I just can't get it down, can't get control of it.
Aaron comes in with his electric shears and works on it, but all we've been successful with is keeping it off the driveway. As you can see, it's just continuing to grow.
Well, it's hard to reach all the way in there with an electric shears.
Yeah, I can't get all the way back, and you know, even if I do trim it down, I get the brown spots. It just doesn't
this is
look
a
good.
Fitz juniper. It wants to get 10 or 12 feet tall, so you've kept it at bay a little bit. And your shearing does one thing bad. When you shear a plant, it gets really thick on the outside. Doesn't let any sunlight get down in, so what happens is on the inside, all dead plant. So you can't cut it back any farther.
Right.
So what else have you tried to maintain it?
Well, we've gotten to the point where we've decided to tear it out.
Tear it out, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty drastic.
Yeah, I started on it a few months ago, and I started on the backside so nobody would see it, but you know, I got in with just a little hand pruner because these branches are so small, but...
Wait a minute. You tried to tack this beast with a little pair of hand pruners.
Yeah, I got a foot or two into it and realized it's a big project.
He's in over his head. It would take him 6 months.
At least. I brought the proper tools with me, and I'd like to give you a hand getting this out, but I have to warn you. It's going to be hard work, and it's going to be dirty. Are you up for it?
Yeah.
I'm up for it.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Okay, great.
Well, we're ready to get started, but before we do, I always want to make sure you have the proper clothing on to do the job safely. In this case, it's good pair of shoes like you have on, sturdy, jeans, long sleeve shirt, protect your arms, and gloves. Okay. The tool of choice here is going to be bypass loppers. These are made to cut inch and a half inch branches easily. So what we're going to do, take those. Okay. So we're going to come in here and start with these smaller branches and cut them back until we get to the big ones. So you take that one. Great. Just cut it right off. There's a start. Now just keep clipping them, anything you can see. Right here first, work our way in. The easiest way to cut, Laurel, is to slide the branch all the way in the hook part of the blade. Get it in all the way in. Okay, now push down. There you go. See how easily it cut out?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Good. We're gonna try to clear underneath your feet anything we can get out of here. There's some bigger ones right in here. There you go. We're just trying to make a pathway and work our way right into the juniper.
Okay.
Hey, see what I had to deal with here.
There you go.
Yeah, you should have had me help.
That's part of it. There you go. Now we're getting the hang of it.
So what do you think?
I think we got a ways to go. I still haven't found what I'm looking for here yet, which is the main stem.
I think we're getting closer.
Yeah. Now, with a lot of these little branches out of the way, we've actually been able to get in here and find the main trunk of one of the junipers. You can see it right here. It runs along, and then the little branches come off the top of it.
Yeah.
Now, to cut this, we're going to need more than a pair of loppers. It's time for the chainsaw.
Some heavy equipment, okay.
Now, before we start using the chainsaw, we want to clean all the debris out of the area so it's safe to run the saw. Okay, now make sure you don't get that tip in the dirt because it'll get dull very quickly. Watch your tip so you don't hit it and it kicks back. That's good. All right, Laurel, see if you can clear that out. Pull. Pull it. Little snagged. But look at what we got done so far. Pull. Watch this. Ready? We need more chainsaw.
I'm gonna start cleaning up this pile.
Laurel, I have to use a chainsaw to clean up these large limbs in the back, but you can easily do all these limbs in the front just using the loppers.
Okay.
Now, we had a whole singular mass of juniper here with a brush removed. We can say it was made up of a series of plants. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plants, so we're left with 6 stumps. Now it's time to dig the stumps out.
It was more work to be done, huh?
Take shovel. I want to dig a trench as deep as you can all the way around. There's some good-sized roots in here, too.
Jeez.
Hey, what's this?
It's a good question.
There's a whole row of bricks in here.
We have a sidewalk out here? Or
a path or something.
Path or something.
Let's pop those out of the way.
I didn't know about that. Oh, we're making some progress.
Yeah, it's actually a little loose, but we really need another tool to finish it off. Okay? These are called mattocks. There's one for you.
All right.
Okay? This end has a beveled edge on it, and the other end is an axe head. Now, this is used to cut roots. This is used to dig underneath the stump.
Okay.
So I'm going to start right here and cut this root off. Okay, now what I'd like to do is just get down and work my way underneath the stump, and any root you come across, you can just take the axe head, cut it off. You know something? I think that's pretty loose.
You think we got it? It does look pretty loose.
Nice. There's a couple roots there. Can you cut them with your axe head? There's still something holding it. Still something.
Bingo.
Well, congratulations. You got your front yard back.
I know, it's absolutely amazing. And just think, a few hours ago it was full of junipers, and now they're gone, and we can actually see our porch.
Yeah, what a difference this makes.
So, what are you going to plant?
Well, we're going to do some perennials and a small hedge and give it a little bit of color.
Something slow growing, though, this time. Roger, thanks so much for coming out to Colorado and helping us with it.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Roger.
It was my pleasure. Now, let's get this last stump out. Ready?
Tom, what do you suppose Gary from New Jersey, Stephen from Pennsylvania, Pam from Tempe, Arizona, and hundreds of other viewers all have in common?
Well, Kevin, let me guess. With all these extension cords laying around here, I bet a question on extension cords.
You're smart. Yep, they all wrote us and they said, how do I avoid this tangled mess at the end of the day when they're done with their cords?
Well, I would say that that cord was wound too tight, and there's all kinds of gadgets out there that do that. Gadgets like this, and a coil like this is one that I don't like. Look at when you put the cord on there, it really, when you wind it up, look at how tight that is. So when you unwind it, it's created a memory that the cord won't lay flat on the floor.
It's all bound up like a spring.
Right. And also, it can cause some damage to the wire. People will plug their cords together like that, and look at it, puts stress on it right there, damaging the wire inside there.
And here's another no-no. We don't want to ever store these with tape because this can leave glue behind, and we don't want that on the cord.
Kevin, I know a guy that's probably wrapped and coiled more extension cords than any of us. The guy that lights our show, our own gaffer, Kenny Boyle.
Hey, Kenny.
Hey, guys. How you
Welcome
doing?
to this side of the camera.
Yeah, it's nice out here.
Well lit.
Well, I think I have the solution to your problem. The key is the over-under technique for rolling cable.
Sounds fancy.
I'm right-handed. What I do is I take the cord, I hold it in my left hand. I take my right hand, I grab the cord. The key is right here. You twist the cable over. Now I slide my hand back down. Now I'm going to twist the cable under. Over, under, over, under.
And what's
all
the
the way
rationale
down.
behind over under?
Well, it keeps the cable nice and rolled up, nice and tight, and when you go to use it, it's not going to get all tangled when you pull it out.
Perfect.
And when it's laying on the ground, it tends to lay flat.
Great.
After you're done, take the string.
Now that's great. You've got it tied there, so it's you don't have to go looking for it.
Yep, nope, it's always there, tied right onto the cord. Take it, tie it just like you're tying your shoe, and you get your nice, perfectly wound extension cord.
There you
That's
go.
great, Kenny.
A
Thanks.
true expert. Thank you,
All
Kenny.
right.
I've seen this trick too, Kevin. Guys who show up on the job with a hole drilled in a 5-gallon bucket. They have the male end of the plug sticking out with about 3 feet. They then just grab the cord, they pull it out of the bucket, take as much out as they want to the tools.
This is great because you can carry a lot of cord in here.
And some tools.
All right, Tommy. Well, thank you very much.
Hello, Richard Trethewey, Assisel House.
Hi, Richard. I'm Rumi.
Hi,
Welcome.
Rumi. Nice to meet you.
This is my wife, Sonia.
Hi, Sonia.
Thank you for
Richard.
coming.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to be here. This room is quite vibrant, isn't it? What do you call this color?
Raincoat yellow.
Raincoat yellow. I actually had a raincoat that looked something like this one time.
Yeah, Sonia picks the colors here.
You know, that's how we do it at my house, too. My
Really?
wife's in charge of that.
Good.
But he installed this chandelier.
Beautiful. That sort of brightens up this front hallway, brings the yellow right out.
Thank you.
And speaking of colors, look at how great this is. You've got a great eye here.
Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
And he installed the chandelier too to brighten up the room.
So obviously you are some sort of electrician, Rumi.
I dabble a little bit, but I'm mostly a software engineer.
Software engineer. Moonlight on the weekends at electrical.
Richard, I have a guest from India. My parents visiting from India. You would like to...
Mom and Dad are here?
Yes.
Hi there. How are you? Nice family room there. Falls back into a
thank you.
kitchen.
Thank you.
And let me guess, you did this too?
Yeah.
Yes, he installed these lights too.
Boy, they're beautiful.
And these lights, they go up and down like
great.
this.
Super.
So,
Again, a nice color.
Thank you.
Well, I tell you, I think your electrical punch list must be finished by now.
Yeah.
I'm a plumber. How can I help you?
Okay, so here's the problem that's been annoying me since I moved in here. If you come to the guest bathroom,
yeah,
as you can see, the faucet is polished brass.
Sure.
And the drain was supposed to be also, but it has peeled off, and I would like to fix that.
So that is what's been annoying you?
Yes.
For all these years?
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we can fix it. This is called the pop-up assembly, and it used to be the same color as the faucet, but the plating is all worn off. That's the good news.
Good.
The bad news is that this is on a pedestal sink.
Okay.
Now, a pedestal sink is very popular. There's a clean leg right here, and the sink sits on top of it. People love them because it looks so great, but also makes the bathroom feel bigger.
Okay.
Plumbers hate them.
And why is that?
Because all the connections are inside this pedestal leg. But
Yeah.
I would imagine with your electrical skill and my plumbing skill, maybe we can pull it off. All right, Rumi, here is our new pop-up assembly right here. This is the part you see from the sink. Now, the reason they call it a pop-up assembly is that the stopper goes up and down, pops up. Now, here's your part that's worn. The part we need to replace is this entire unit right here, all the way down to this point. Now this normally sits down into the trap, and all this is inside the pedestal leg. So believe it or not, the easiest way for us to change this is to physically remove this entire sink. And that starts by shutting off the water. So hot's on the left. And I'm gonna just get the cold. Now I want to open the faucet to be sure that the shut-off valves held, which they did. And now I want to break this connection using a 5/8 open-end wrench. And it wants to go onto this nut. But I don't want to break this connection inside the wall, so I want to hold back against the valve with a pair of pliers and turn this counterclockwise. There's going to be a little water here, Rumi. Just pass me that cup. Now the hot. And now that it's loose, it's just as easy to back it off by hand. Okay, Rumi, let's review. We've got hot and cold shut off, and the connections are broken. And the toggles have been disconnected and removed, so the pedestal is just about ready to leave. But there's one more connection, and that is this, on the drain. Now, there's a trap underneath, and there's 2 nuts. Now, the only nut that I can really gain access to is this one, which sits at the very back of the pedestal. I can just barely get a wrench in there to loosen it. Once I do, we can pull this pedestal off the wall. Yeah, it is a little tight in here, but there's the nut loosened. Now, there's a little bit of water in this trap. I want to just catch that with a rag. And now we should be ready to move this pedestal away from the wall. All right, Rumi, I'm going to draw this sink this way, but I want you to bring the pedestal leg with it about 6 inches. Get it up on the drop cloth as we do it, okay?
Okay.
I don't want to scratch your floor. Okay, right there. Now I'm going to be able to lift it. Okay. Now just get that bucket. I want to dump the water. Now leave that right there. That little bucket right there. Catch the trap water. Okay. So now we're just going to set this down for a minute. Just get the bucket out of the way. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to get the half of the old trap out of the way for future use. Now, I want to remove this old pop-up assembly, and I'm going to replace it with this, our new one. Okay, there's the stopper. Now, the way that this part actually disassembles into 2 so that you can actually fit it up through the sink is from the top. This connection breaks right here. Now it could fit in through the bottom of the sink. You reconnect it right here, tighten it up, and then to make a watertight connection, you tighten up this nut. So to disassemble this unit, it actually starts by loosening this nut. So I loosen this nut, and I should be able to push this forward. Now I may be able to loosen it by holding. Yes, it came. Sometimes you have to put a pair of pliers on it. Okay, so there is the old one. That is your souvenir. All right, and now it's time to assemble the new one, and I'll need a little bit of putty to put right underneath this connection. And just ball it up in your hand and make it like a hot dog. All right, and then just wrap it right around there. Okay. Now you're going to put that in from the top. I'm going to take this piece and push it in through from the bottom. All right, now let's try to catch that thread, okay? So I can spin my side. Can you feel it?
Yep.
Okay, is it going in?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when it starts to spin.
Okay. It's not yet. Keep going. Now it's spinning.
Okay. So now we got to get it where we want it to be because that's as tight. And now I'm going to tighten up this nut right here. This is where we make our watertight connection on the underside of the sink. That's as tight as I can get with my hands now with a pair of pliers. All right, as I tighten this, Rumi, I'm trying to hold this opening for the pop-up rod towards the wall so that we can connect it to this linkage so that stopper will be able to work, okay?
Okay.
Now, I want to make up this connection with the tailpiece. And the tailpiece is a short piece of pipe with fine threads on it, right here. I like to use a little bit of thread sealant. And then I want to get these threads back in without crossing them. And then I hold back against it, and it's a hand-tight connection, but snugged up nicely. Okay. Now, to make the connection between the tailpiece and the half of the trap, which will be up inside the pedestal leg, I've got two different size pipes here. This is 1¼ inch, and this is 1½ inch. This is a reducing nut that fits right here, and this is a reducing gasket which will fill the distance between these two sizes. And what I like to use is a little bit of thread sealant on that as well. And then snug it up. We've turned the corner, Roomy. All right, now here's how the stopper works. There is a rod that connects the stopper to the linkage, and there's a ball in the middle of that rod. Now that acts as a fulcrum to make the stopper go up or down. Now why don't you put that in from the sink side?
Okay. Done.
Now it should be able to go up and down.
Yes.
Now it's time to reinstall this sink. Get it back on the wall.
Great.
Ruby, just put that pedestal into place, would you?
Okay.
Just leave it out just enough for me so I can drop the trap down in. Okay, to make the connection between the sink and the wall, we're using toggle bolts. This is a spring-loaded anchor that gets small to fit through the opening in the wall, and then once inside the wall, it springs open. Now, we took the sink out originally. This part of the toggle fell inside the wall, so these bolts are new. And we're going to connect both of these, and once we do, we then can make up our hot connection and our cold connection to right here, and finally, this half of our trap, and we are back in business. Okay, hot and cold are back on. What do you think, Roomy?
Wow, it's beautiful, like a piece of jewelry. It's so shiny, and it finally matches the faucet. I'm so happy.
This could end up being your favorite room in the house.
It already is. Thank you.
Another happy homeowner, Richard. Nice job.
He was a good guy.
What causes that finish to fail?
Well, this is an applied finish, and once it's compromised, if you have hard water, this is what it ends up looking like.
Richard, of all the things that could be wrong with the house, this guy was obsessed with his sink drain.
Well, there's not much left that's wrong in that house. He's pretty happy now.
All right, well, nice job, guys. And until next time, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
I'm Rich Trethewey.
I'm Roger Cook.
And I'm Tom Silva.
For Ask This Old House.
No, I used to have some jewelry that was made out of plumbing fixtures. Yeah, some bangles.
Christmas time at the Trethewey house. If you have a question about your house, email us at asktoh@pbs.org or write to us at the address on the screen.
No matter what the dream, GMC is proud to support Ask This Old House in making it come true. GMC, we are professional grade.
Daddy, I'm not a little girl anymore, and I want to paint my room.
You can do that.
There you go. Make sure to wipe it off on the side. We got it.
The Home Depot is proud to support Ask This Old House.
Funded in part by Bellawood Pre-Finished Hardwood Floors. Available in 23 exotic and domestic species. Bellawood, proud to support Ask This Old House. Next time on the This Old House Hour, our landscaping plan comes to life.
You recognize this?
I do. That's the rose bush that my father planted for my mother about 30 years ago.
And we're talking tile and teaching it, too.
Look at that. Oh, my gosh. I knew it's now you're talking.
And on Ask This Old House, Kevin goes wall to wall on a carpet install. And Tom does a little hot dogging on table saws.
This saw will sense if my finger is in the way. Blade goes right down instantly.
That's next time on the This Old House Hour. Ask This Old House has much more to show you on PBS.org. Hands-on how-to videos and more. Just tune us in on PBS.org.
I am PBS.
This Old House magazine, the companion to the television series, provides advice from our experts that you've come to know. You can use your credit card to order 10 monthly issues for $10 by calling 1-800-221-5900.
Next time on POV. In the last 25 years, the U.S. underwent the greatest prison building boom in history. But at what cost to the communities around them?
I don't think anybody thought they would come in here and take over like they have.
See what happens when a prison comes to your town. Prison Town, USA, only on POV.
Coming soon on PBS.
Next time on Simon Schama's Power of Art.
This is the public-pleasing Turner.
Discover England's favorite painter.
This is extreme Turner.
And the work they all dismissed.
Slave Ship. The greatest British painting of the 19th century.
How is it the critics compared it to a kitchen accident?
It's Turner on Simon Schama's Power of Art.
Coming soon on PBS.
While I was growing up, I always wanted to be an American. I didn't really quite know what that meant. I am a Sansei, which is Japanese for third generation in this country. I grew up in the Portland, Oregon area in a Caucasian community. I felt always a little different because I looked a little different. When I saw a Civil War series on PBS, the realization of what it is to be an American crystallized in my mind, and it has nothing to do with how you look. It's more the values that you absorb by being raised in the American culture and society. I realized that the Civil War, the event itself, shaped American culture, and I grew up in the American culture, so in reality, it is my history too. After viewing Ken Burns' Civil War, I suddenly realized that all these years, I always was an American.
Next time on American Masters.
I have depicted the birds of America.
John James Audubon. He lived an improbable life and left a legacy that's a testament to art, to nature, and to his own sheer tenacity.
1,065 figures of birds. To draw them, he had to kill them. But his name is synonymous with American conservation.
John James Audubon, drawn from nature on American Masters.
Coming soon on PBS.
I was at an auction, and you get those little bid cards, and mine went up, and I got them.
These insects stopped eating probably 50 years ago, okay?
Oh.
From the crew of Antiques Roadshow, welcome to Portland!
Now,
The people who make Antiques Roadshow possible.
Honey, where are my keys?
They're in the faux Amish woven straw container manufactured in the late 1990s.
Right.
At Liberty Mutual, we know all your possessions are valuable.
Lunesta is proud to sponsor Antiques Roadshow on PBS, where people all over America bring in their long-hidden family treasures and experts help reveal our treasured past.
The 2007 Subaru Forester. With road-gripping all-wheel drive standard, it helps make it safe to move all of your family heirlooms. Subaru, a proud sponsor of Antiques Roadshow.
And by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
And now, from the Oregon Convention Center in Portland, Oregon, it's Antiques Roadshow.
So tell me what you know about the piece.
You know, I really don't know much of anything. I have two. I was at an auction, and you get those little bid cards, and mine went up, and I got them. I know nothing about them. I didn't even know what the metal was. I know that they're beautiful. I have other sets of birds, not quite as large as these.
Wow.
And that's all I know.
One of the things about this piece that's rather fascinating is that it is actually the last of the best production that Japan ever did. There was a period of time in Japan called the Meiji period,
yes,
from like 1868 to 1912. And in that period of time, they produced some fantastic metalworks. And basically, the people kind of died off about the period of World War I. And this was produced right about that period of time. It's beautifully gilded, and then this black that's here,
yes,
is actually painted on.
Oh, my.
And then it has two different kinds of gilding. The gilding that's here, that's just very, very finely done. And then this other kind of gilding that's actually sheets of gold that they've put over here.
Oh, my gosh.
The metal itself is bronze.
Bronze.
That's underneath it. And it's signed in two places.
Well, I saw one, and
the one you saw was this one here,
right,
which is
right,
the signature. The maker's name is Hidemitsu. That's his name there in that, within that gilt cartouche. But then one thing it's very, very difficult to see, that's very, very faint on there, is a made in Japan.
Where?
Right there.
Oh, for heaven. I see it now. The light's
Yep.
right on it.
And that's one of the things that identifies it as being like at the very end of the Meiji period, but probably into the Taisho era, because that mark was required by United States export laws after 1910. So that's when that happened.
Something?
But it's an incredible bird, and it's also wonderful that you have a pair.
You know, I can't even remember what I paid for these. A couple $100 bucks?
Wow,
maybe.
You were lucky there. Because I would actually say that a single one alone would be around $3,000 to $5,000.
No.
Yes.
No.
And the pair more like $6,000 to $10,000.
Are you kidding? Oh my God. Who'd have thought?
They do brilliant
They
work
are
with this kind
pheasants,
of
right?
stuff. Yeah, they are pheasants.
I know that it's the Sutro Baths in San Francisco, which I believe burned down or fell apart during the 1906 earthquake. I assume it's a lithograph. The piece was left to us by a friend that passed away a few years ago. When we got it, we rolled it up because our ceilings weren't high enough to hang it properly. And we just unrolled it 2 years ago. We bought a new home, higher ceilings, and have been staring at it ever since in our living room and loving it.
It is the Sutro Baths in California. They actually burned down in the 1960s.
Oh, 60s.
But they were really in work basically through the First World War was the height of their popularity. And this was a aqua park extravaganza like Waterworld today. They had a total of 7 baths, which could hold 1.7 million gallons of water. And it was all salt water. It was filled at high tide. It took about an hour for the tides to fill the pools. They had slides, they had trapezes, they had high diving boards, they had 3 restaurants, they had a theater for shows, they had room for 10,000 swimmers on any day. They had 20,000 bathing suits for rent, and they had 40,000 towels for rent. So you can imagine a complex of this size is going to call for a very big poster. The poster actually dates from 1896. It is a lithograph. And it's interesting because they didn't have printing presses that could accommodate such a large sheet of paper. So this is actually printed on 12 different sheets.
Yeah, I noticed the seams and...
Down at the bottom, they actually numbered the different sheets so that when the boards were being hung, people knew, as if they couldn't figure it out themselves from the picture, they knew which order to hang the sheets.
Oh, okay.
And as you can see, the sheets didn't always match up. So as you see here in the middle, you can see the seam.
Right.
And oh, this guy lost an arm in the matchup.
Right.
But otherwise, it's fairly seamless. You can see slight variations in color, and there's different seams all over the place where they put the entire image together.
That missing arm has always bothered me too, so.
You know, it's part of the inherent nature of the piece. If you look over here, you'll see there's a guy who's lost his head. It doesn't in any way detract from the value, but it tells you something about how the piece was printed. The Sutro Baths were really, they're an incredible California institution. The ruins are still there today. I think they're run by the National Parks Commission.
Right, that's correct.
This is really an iconic American poster. Now, the condition isn't great. There are some problems with the condition. You'll see there's some tears.
Right.
And there's some paper losses. And you know what? That could be fairly easily fixed. A good restorer will actually paint those out. And as there's no missing paper, that really won't affect the value at all. There are really only a few known copies of this in existence. Last year, we sold one in similar condition for $13,000.
Wow.
So I would say an auction estimate of $15,000 to $20,000 would not at all be out of range.
Oh, wow, that's great. Thank you.
That's a big pool of money to dive into.
Yeah.
This is a trunk of dresses from my great-great-grandmother. She brought them from Bermuda when she moved to the States around 1870 or so.
And do you know when she was born?
1839, so born in Bermuda. The dresses all got put in a trunk after she moved to the States, and she carted it with her from Nebraska up to Oregon.
Well, what's really fabulous about them is that it's like a little time capsule, probably late 1860s, or what I would date most of the clothes to. You have an extensive collection. It seems like she had a privileged life in Bermuda. There's a lot of printed cottons and printed cotton boils, which we don't see a lot of. They don't survive as well as a lot of these have survived. The one we have on the mannequin here is a day dress from probably late 1860s, three-piece dress. What's really fascinating about it is the print, tropical birds and flowers, and the lace here at the neckline is all handmade lace with a fine silk ribbon underneath. And what's different about this dress from what we would see in an American dress is that there's no boning in the bodice. And I think that's because she lived in a tropical climate and all the boning was done with the underwear. This would have been the first thing she would have worn when she got up in the morning, a chemise. And then on top of that would have gone a corset, many petticoats, and then the top layer was this kind of loose blouse. And I noticed that a lot of her things have a name or signature. And can you tell me her name?
It was Eliza M. Tudor Tucker.
Once she came to the States, did she have a really privileged life here, do you think?
No, she moved into a sod house in Nebraska and basically had the pioneer life, moving out to Oregon and that sort of thing. So the dresses pretty much just got put away, and they haven't really been out much since she left Bermuda. My great aunt used to have them before, and she was very strict. We weren't allowed to, you know, go past the first couple layers. So we really haven't seen what's going on in the
You've never really looked at the whole content.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, what I should also let you know is that to really take care of these things and preserve them for your future generations, I wouldn't store them in a wooden trunk. I would invest in some acid-free boxes and acid-free tissue. You can see there's spotting, and that's caused by acid leaching into the fabrics. And they are in excellent condition, and preserve them, they'll last for many more generations. This dress here, because of its condition, it's